Guild Wars 2 recently released their third expansion, End of Dragons. I have played this game since launch, and the ongoing Living World story updates have been my main source of interest in this game. However, the decline in the story has been bothering me lately. Guild Wars 2 was what led me to find Grand Blue Fantasy, the main game that I cover on my channel, as it offered the same kind of regular story updates to keep the plot and characters moving forward, the video game equivalent of an ongoing TV series. And like a TV series, communities formed to discuss the story between each episode, both the good and the bad. And that's what led me to begin writing the script for this video. The latest expansion concluded the Dragon Cycle, a narrative that they have been building since the launch of the game, adding elements over time that fleshed it out into an interesting story. Yet I found their conclusion very anticlimactic, not just in terms of the execution, but what they decided the end of the cycle should be. To make matters worse, this direction doesn't mesh with what they'd been alluding to throughout the story. In short, when building the stakes for the story, all the lead up to this finale, the writers went for the big end-of-world type approach to build tension in the commander's choices, which worked. However, going for the big end-of-world stakes requires a lot of skill in writing to make the resolution to such a climactic consequence make sense. Too many stories have a bad Deus Ex Machina come in to save the writers from their own mistakes in planning, and End of Dragons suffers from the same. Except here it's not a Deus Ex Machina saving the heroes, it's saving the stakes that the writers couldn't deliver on. But to give context to those who are curious enough to watch this video but have never played the game, or those who have played it but have maybe forgotten some key points, we're going to go through a recap of the story first, to properly set the stage, both for the narrative and the player's expectations. We have a lot of ground to cover. The game has had 3 expansions and 5 seasons worth of content over its 10-year lifetime. However, I want to spend the time summarising the full story, as there are both bad examples and good examples of writing to highlight. The base game story can be summarised fairly quickly. Zhaitan, the Elder Dragon of Death, awoke and raised the island of Or from the bottom of the ocean. Over the course of the story, we forged the Pact, a military force, to wage a war against the dragon and its minions, eventually killing it in a full assault on its base. And we learned over the course of the story that Zhaitan was only one of a few Elder Dragons, both a hook for future stories and a danger added to our understanding of the world. Many players complain that the quality of the story in the base game pales in comparison to later arcs, but there is one thing it did right. It made Zhaitan feel overwhelming. The war effort in Or was designed to weaken the dragon so we could stand a chance against him. We cut off his eyes, we cut off his food source, and finally we brought in airships with far more firepower than any one individual could have. Planning was put into how to fight Zhaitan that made him feel like something unique from every other enemy we fought. Something a later Living World season would also do. Incidentally, it's considered one of the best. So that is where the story stood in 2012. ArenaNet then announced their plans for the Living World. At the time there were small updates to the world to progress the storyline. This would later be called Season 1 of the Living World, but it's not too relevant to the points that I want to discuss in End of Dragons, so we can skip straight to Season 2. The only points worth mentioning are that we got a new selection of allies, Taimi, Bram, Rox, Casimir, and Marjorie, and that the season ended with the villain, Scarlet Briar, piercing a ley line and causing the jungle dragon to wake. So on to Season 2. This season began with the Zephyrite airships crashing in the Maguma Wastes. We investigate and discover 2 key details. Firstly, a Savari on board went crazy and sabotaged the ship, and secondly, the leader of the Zephyrites, the Master of Peace, was leading them west to deliver something important. As we follow him west, we find a ley line cave that contains Omad's machine, a machine said to reveal the eternal alchemy to the user. Through trying to prevent Taimi from charging straight in, we end up inside and are given a vision. The vision shows 6 orbs of different magic becoming active before one crashes into the center, spreading darkness over the rest. These 6 orbs represented the Elder Dragons and their realm of magic, while the spreading darkness will be something we'll come back to later. A plan is formed to bring the leaders of each race to a summit to join the war against the jungle dragon, Mordremoth. This involves the player doing a number of missions in each region. I want to focus on 2 of them as they will be relevant later. While we help the child with their ghost problem, Ritlock opens a rift into the mists, in the process losing his sword. He jumps in after it and doesn't resurface until the next expansion. Over at the human capital, the player needs to uncover a plot against the Queen so she can be assured that the Senate is safe enough for her to leave the city. To do this, we are paired up with Casimir and learn of one of her abilities, the power to detect lies. A remarkably powerful tool for a main character to have. That'll be hard to write around. I wonder what the writers are going to do with that going forward. After this, the summit is held with all the leaders. One of Mordremoth's champions attacks, and the decision is made to reinforce the pact with soldiers from every nation. Once more, the pact moves its forces against another dragon. We take a brief side tour to the Derman Priory to collect some information on how to beat Mordremoth. There, we're sent into Glint's lair to witness memory fragments of the Master of Peace. We learn that the object he was taking west was one of Glint's eggs, and Ogden tells us it's a safe place for it. So we head back to the Silver Waste to pursue the Master of Peace, only to find him wounded by the Mordrim. One of the base game heroes, Case, steals the egg and runs off, leaving the team bewildered. We head back to the Pale Tree once more, hoping to find a lead on where Case would go. She gives us some memory seeds to learn of Case's motivations. These memories lead us to a cave in the Silver Waste with strange golden structures. Through the memory, we get a revelation.
We come from the jungle, dragon. We belong to it. We're meant to serve it. You're lying! I saw it in my dream.
Case appears and assures us that she is going to complete the Master of Peace's mission. We lose her once more after the dragon attacks, and the season ends with the pact launching its airships to head into the jungle. However, unlike Zaitan, this time it doesn't go as planned. Mordremoth's vines rip the airships apart, sending the fleet crashing down into the jungle. So that was Season 2. As we go through the seasons, they will become more relevant to the story of End of Dragons, so there isn't much to say about this particular season. However, up until End of Dragons, this game had been about killing the Elder Dragons that threatened the world, and this season served to set up Mordremoth. In that regard, it did its job well. Mordremoth was given a threatening presence that reached far across Tyria. There are a number of missions where we had to go and rescue someone who ventured out into the Silver Wastes alone and unprepared, and the season ended with the same pact that took down Zaitan being eviscerated. There was a lot of hype from this going into Heart of Thorns. Lastly, for Season 2, Canuck became a mainstay in our adventuring band by the end, and will be regularly featured in the story going forward. In 2015, we got the Heart of Thorns expansion. Most of the additions to the game were mechanical. New elite specializations to the classes, new map-wide meta events, but we're here to critique the story, and that's where the meta events become a problem. Let's put ourselves in ArenaNet's shoes for the moment. They make a map and want to design a meta event for that map that is both relevant to the world building of the area and to keep players exploring each map for more lore. This seems fine. Let's look at the first map in Heart of Thorns, Verdant Brink. The Pact fleet has crashed here, and the main landmarks of the map are crash sites with survivors. The meta event focuses around rescuing each individual group so that they can dig in to survive the night when the bigger monsters come out. Meanwhile, the main story involves following your party through the map as we seek out prominent story survivors and the location of Case and the egg. These two can work in harmony, as many characters at the meta event crash sites are either completely new characters or side characters given a moment to shine. Unfortunately, there can be times where the world building provided in open world meta events give crucial points needed to understand the main story, but for the most part they're fine. But what happens in the final map of the expansion? By this point, the plot has reached a climactic peak. What little side stories can you tell that aren't relevant to the main story? And if the meta event has to complement the main story, how do you time it right? Meta events run on rotations, sometimes with hours in between them, and players can enter the map halfway through one. Will players wait hours between missions in the main story campaign to align with the start of a new meta? And even then, how will players be able to know what meta events slot into the main story, and where they fit in the timeline? ArenaNet has had to consider these questions with every map they've made, sometimes being successful at it, and other times not so successful. But we'll get to those moments when the time is right. The Heart of Thorns campaign opens with us rushing to rescue survivors at a crash site. During the attack from the Mordrim, Ritlock reappears from the mists, wielding a new type of magic. After this, we wind our way through the jungle, asking scouts and talking frogs for the direction of Case and the egg. This eventually leads us to a camp of blighting pods, where Air, Bram's mother, is said to be located. Before we can rescue them, her pod is pulled away by a Mordrim beast, who kills those inside. The first act of the expansion ends on a heavy note, as we leave Bram behind to bury his mother. The next act begins with us discovering glowy beings, the Exalted.
Hello! Glowy person! Huh, it disappeared.
They lead us to Case and the egg, and after an ambush from the Mordrim, we end up with it in our possession. The Exalted lead us to their golden city, where we're told that the egg will be safe. We place it inside a secure chamber and leave to meet back up with our party.
Hi, we're headed that way. Scruffy, are you recording? Are you sure? Why isn't the light on?
And Case looks on from a distance with a smile at the beam of light shooting up from Tyria. So what happened with Case? Her character in the base game was predictable, but this was an unpredictable arc for her. Every Sylvari is born with a purpose, a wild hunt, and we learn next season that her wild hunt was to get the egg to Taria.
My wild hunt, Mordremoth's voice, they were tearing at each other, and sometimes I didn't know which was which.
Okay, but that only explains half of it. Why act hostile to us in the endeavour to get the egg to safety? That just adds to the amount of targets trying to stop you. We find Case in the Silver Waste as she's tracking the Master of Peace. She joins us in the search, only to then steal the egg without explanation when we catch up to him. The memory seeds give no hint to her wild hunt or her relation to the egg at all, and when we finally meet back up with her at the end of the season, she just simply says that the egg has to stay with her and disappears again. There should be no reason for Case to be acting this way. She has fought alongside the commander for a while now, even longer if you pick Sylvari as your race, helping us take down Zhaitan together. The only reason she acts this way is because the building theme of the season is a distrust in the Sylvari. After the Sylvari sabotaged the Zephyrite airships at the start of the season, the writers wanted her to act in a similar, unpredictable way, working as an antagonist to our goals. The concept of a wild hunt isn't foreign to the commander either. We talked with Traherne about his wild hunt to cleanse ore in the base game. Not to mention, if the player is a Sylvari, they have their own wild hunt to kill one of the Elder Dragons. The only purpose to holding that information back is to sow distrust in the player. This isn't how Case acts. She's secretive, but has never actively undermined her allies for her own goals. She was the one to try and reunite Destiny's Edge in the base game to fight Zhaitan. This is a problem all too common in modern media, where characters will often act in ways uncharacteristic of themselves because the plot demands it, often resulting in that character being unable to explain their actions as anything justified by their morals or beliefs, and instead writing it off as a mistake or...
I was very confused, and I felt like the only person I could trust was me.
That's the very time you should have leaned on your friends.
Unfortunately, we will see a lot of this to come. But let's move on. This is supposed to be a critique of the End of Dragon's story, after all, and we're still far from it. When we catch up with Taimi, she informs us that she has found a mechanism. Once powered on, it shows the ley energy across Maguma. This gives us a clue as to where Mordremoth is, but Taimi also notices another bright point on the map.
What are those glowing dots?
Those, Eggbearer, are ley energy concentrations.
Ley energy concentrations. So this is a map? Next thing you're gonna tell me is that this other dot is another Elder Dragon.
That one? Why, that's your city.
I think I know where Radasum is.
Sum? No, this city is called Radanovus.
We take a detour there to see what information they kept on the dragon.
Anything on Mordremoth?
No. Well, sort of. It's about all the Elder Dragons.
What is it?
Based on their extensive research on Primordus, the Radanovans determined that each Elder Dragon had a weakness. A unique, respective weakness.
So we learn a crucial piece of information. Every dragon has a weakness. There is some minor reworking of the lore here, since Zhaitan didn't appear to have a weakness, unless you count cannon fire as his weakness. But to give a more charitable approach, Zhaitan's weakness would have been either his minions or killing his eyes and mouth to cut him off. This slight retconning is a boon for the story though. With this plot point, ArenaNet solidified that each dragon needed to be approached carefully and with a lot of information. That kind of approach inevitably leads to better fleshed out stories than ones where we simply rush in and kill the dragon with no ceremony, a lesson which they have forgotten in more recent stories. However, even here they aren't free from criticism, as we spend no time trying to find Mordremoth's weakness and instead go straight for the dragon. In the final act of the expansion, we push out to the coastline of Maguma where the map showed Mordremoth to be. There, deep in Mordrim territory, we rescue Logan and Zoja from the Blighting Pods, leaving only Traherne as the last hero still captured. Here is where the balance between main story and meta events that I mentioned before becomes tenuous. The meta event on this map runs alongside the final story mission. It's a mess trying to work out which to do first. The meta event involves the remnants of the Pact launching an attack on Mordremoth and eventually killing him. But hang on, if the meta event kills Mordremoth, then what's the final story mission? Well, it turns out you kill him in both, but you need to see both to get the full picture. It's not the worst execution, but it certainly makes things confusing, especially given that you don't really see him die in the campaign. As for that campaign, we find Traherne held captive by Mordremoth deep in his roots. In that moment, a spark of inspiration hits the commander.
Then we destroy the root, Mordremoth's mine. Its strongest attacks come from its mind, from the dream. That's our target.
What? So far in the expansion we've been fighting champions of Mordremoth that are anything but an attack from his mind. How did the commander just nail his weakness with so little to go on? The reasoning here is based on how Mordremoth has been mind controlling Sylvari to do his bidding, and a Sylvari player will hear Mordremoth talk to them at certain points, but that's not present enough in this moment. For the commander to form this conclusion, they would have to have been mulling this idea over with the group since the last time we saw a Sylvari lose their mind. In other words, this conclusion would need setup. For the record, the last time we see a Sylvari lose their mind to Mordremoth is back in Season 2. So how did the commander come to this conclusion so quickly? Let's have a quick look at the pacing of the acts. Act 1 is focused on finding survivors and covers the first map. Act 2 is focused on bringing the egg to Terea and covers the second map. Then Act 3 covers the third and fourth maps and has to fit in finding Radanovus, learning that there are dragon weaknesses, rescuing the rest of the heroes, and killing Mordremoth. Either there was some development crunch that resulted in this rushed conclusion, or the writers were limited in how many missions they could put into each act. The latter seems like a non-issue. A story should be as long as it needs to be. Not to mention this was their first expansion. There were no set rules for how long it had to be. Either way, it appears that the commander finding out what Mordremoth's weakness was in a more natural way ended up on the cutting room floor, so we're left with this jump to conclusion. Traherne informs us that he can give us a way into Mordremoth's mind through his connection. Even in a world of magic, there are some things that challenge my suspension of disbelief, but sure, we enter Mordremoth's mind through Traherne for the final confrontation. It's a simple fight against an avatar of his presence, though without the meta event it lacks any climax to the end of the battle. During the meta event you can see Mordremoth appearing to explode from within his head, giving a clue as to how these two battles line up. After the fight, Traherne informs us that he feels a lingering seed of Mordremoth still inside him.
But I still hear its voice. Mordremoth is alive. One last hateful vestige. A terrible seed planted deep in my mind. You must kill me, Commander.
We agree to do so, and an explosion of magic is seen travelling across the jungle to Terea, where it flows into the egg. And with that we reach the end of Heart of Thorns. Every expansion, as well as the base game, has an epilogue, except for Heart of Thorns, giving more potential evidence that the development of this story was rushed toward the end. So where do we stand after Heart of Thorns? We have had the setup and killing of 2 out of the 6 Elder Dragons. We've learnt that they each have a weakness to find and exploit, and Glintseg is now safely in Terea. But is the process of setting up and killing the remaining dragons too formulaic for the seasons going forward? The writers may have believed so at this point. They decided instead to expand on the other storylines in the world for the next season. A lot of the basis for these storylines come from the base game, which I haven't gone over. For the sake of this video not being hours longer, just assume that these storylines have foundation. I'll let you know if something comes out of nowhere. So we begin Season 3. There are both some really good additions to the story in this season and some utter catastrophes. Before getting into it, some of the behind the scenes information is relevant to how this season is structured. ArenaNet tried to streamline the production of the Living World episodes by splitting their team into 3. Each team would work on an episode simultaneously, meaning that each team would make 2 episodes each in the 6-episode season. I will have a lot to say about this once we finish recapping the season. You will first need the context of the story before I explain why it didn't work. Now for episode 1. We open with a memorial being held for Eyre in Holbrack, where Bram is noticeably absent. We discuss the need to form a new guild with Rytlock to prepare for future dragons. It's noted that this would be a touchy subject to bring up with Bram, which sets up for later. From there we head to Radanovus to meet with Taimi. By now the Asura have moved in and begun reclaiming the facility after its rediscovery. Taimi leads us into her secret lab and catches us up on the current state of Maguma. All of the magic is now centered in the egg chamber, and she has been conducting experiments on ley energy with the organ of a dead Chark, one of the creatures native to the region. She also gives us some interesting information about the Chark.
It's part of their digestive system, and as you know, they feed on ley energy, so it got me curious.
Any valuable findings yet?
None I can explain right now. I ran some ley energy through it, and it came out different on the other side.
Different?
I'm not really sure how just yet. It was barely measurable with the equipment I have.
We will come back to this later, but to pull back the curtain for a bit, I had forgotten about this until I replayed the story to collect the footage. This is a very important piece of information that appears to have been forgotten over the years. After that we leave Taimi's lab and head back into Radanovus. Canuck appears and informs us that he is being sent to arrest Minister Cordicus in northern Maguma. Almora Soulkeeper, the leader of the Vigil, offers to give us a lift in her airship, and Timey gives us a radio so she can contact us.
All hands! Full reverse! On your feet. We survived. Somehow.
We land and go to investigate the explosion site. Much of the rest of the episode can be skipped over. We investigate the area and eventually run into Keith, who explains her actions in Season 2.
I was very confused, and I felt like the only person I could trust was me.
We learn through our investigation that the Bloodstone exploded when the White Mantle in the area conducted a ritual. The results of that ritual are revealed as we finally corner Cordicus. The Mersart, Lazarus, has been resurrected from it, or so it seems. Cordicus claims he's a false god before running off. And the episode ends with a message from Timey.
What is it?
Primordus is active.
Episode 2 begins with another trip to Rata Novus to visit Timey. These moments work quite well. They give us a central hub to return to for more information at key points in the story, sort of similar to how the Derman Priory functioned in Season 2. However, what doesn't work as well about Season 3 is how much we jump around from map to map. The missions that have us come back to Rata Novus seem to double up as a way to give us a portal to the next zone, since they don't connect naturally. Season 2 had 2 maps next to each other that served as a bridge to the Maguma jungle. They helped ground the story in a part of the world so we could see the effects of the dragons there. Season 3 has no direct antagonist, so we jump around the world solving little problems, only having Timey as the connective tissue between them. To compare, did you ever play World of Warcraft? Did you play during Wrath of the Lich King? There the entire continent of Northrend was the focus of the expansion. Even when there were separate enemy factions like the Trolls or the Keepers in Ulduar, they still lived in the shadow of the Lich King and had stories intertwined with him. Every part of that expansion felt like a push towards Icecrown. Then, the follow-up expansion, Cataclysm, had a similar experience to Season 3 of Guild Wars 2, where every endgame zone was scattered randomly around the world, each with their own self-contained story. That cohesion that the previous expansion offered was gone, and Cataclysm felt like it lacked direction. But back to Timey's lab. We train within a simulation to prepare ourselves for fighting Primordus' minions. This serves as a chance for Timey to relay more information to us.
Okay, here it is. Jormag is also active.
What? How can you be sure?
After we finish with the simulation, Timey once more talks about her Chuck organ.
I named it Spencer.
And it's somehow more disturbing.
Anyway, I discovered why ley energy is different when run through him, and it's paradigm shifting. The Chalk feed off ley energy, right? And we know that each dragon has a domain when it comes to their magic. Zaitan's was death, obviously. Well, you know what's guaranteed to give a Chalk a bad stomachache? Death magic. Spencer filters death out of ley energy.
So magic is almost like light? Broken up into a spectrum?
That's a perfect way to think about it. Magic as we know it is like white light, composed of all the different types of dragon magic.
Once again, I'll have to table this discussion for when it's relevant, but keep it in mind. Filtering magic will become a big plot point down the road. Timey tells us that Primordus has burrowed down to the Fire Island chain, so we head there next. If you were curious what would happen next with the White Mantle storyline, or the results of the Bloodstone explosion, then you're out of luck. This episode is solely focused on Primordus' minions, like nothing else in the world is happening. Once more, much of this episode can be skipped as it's mostly self-contained. However, the final mission takes place back in Tyria after we get a message that the egg is beginning to hatch. We find Keith waiting outside, once more concerned about the egg, but she is barred from entering the chamber. The egg hatches and a little baby dragon comes out, just as the protective barrier in the chamber fails. Primordus' minions begin attacking the chamber. To our surprise, Lazarus appears, offering his help in protecting the egg.
Lazarus! Leave! Immediately! Marjorie! Kate!
They're tied up in battle as well. I do not come with ill intentions.
With the minions dealt with, Lazarus tries to broker an alliance with us.
But now, I see we must all stand against the dragons to save everyone.
You hope to align yourself with me?
You have killed two, have you not? Our interests are the same.
The commander is skeptical, but sends Marjorie to keep an eye on him. Episode 3 continues the trend of a disconnected story. Taimi tells us about her theory that the dragons are absorbing elements of the other dragons' powers after each death. She wants us to see if Jormag has adopted any traits. This is actually a detail that was present during Season 2 in Heart of Thorns. Mordremoth had some attributes of death magic, from some of his minions being bony to his blighting pods turning corpses into minions. This adds a natural ramping up of the stakes to the story, where every dragon gets stronger after we kill one, and like many good ideas in the earlier parts of the story, it's largely forgotten by the end. I'll point it out when we get to it. We head to the northern Shiver Peaks, and once more the story becomes mostly self-contained, though we do confirm Mordremoth and Zhaitan magic in Jormag's minions. The episode ends with us meeting back up with Bram. Together we track down a magical scroll that can enchant his bow with a fire strong enough to fight back against Jormag. As noted before, Bram isn't happy about the new guild disrespecting his mother's guild, and the episode descends into artificial drama. Last we saw Bram in Heart of Thorns, he was friendly with us, though shaken up from his mother's death. Now in Season 3, the writers decided that they wanted him to be a minor antagonist for the commander, so his entire character shift happens off screen. With the exception of Keith, I'd argue that the character work has been good up until this point. Most characters are consistent and complement the commander's knowledge in solving any problems that appear, like a cohesive team should. Bram began in Season 1 and 2 as a sort of older brother figure for Taimi.
Taimi, you okay, kid?
Bram, they were all around me. I thought...
Hey now. You're okay, you're fine. They're all gone.
He was the biggest of the group and represented a caring figure, looking out for the rest. You could argue he was the heart of the group, which gave the death of his mother more of an impact. Suddenly the one that everyone could rely on was shaken up and left distraught. To pivot from that, straight into him being an arsehole to the commander, gives the viewer whiplash. Once again, the characters are warped into whatever is needed to create drama and advance the plot. The writers decided that they needed interpersonal drama for this episode, so Bram's character was sacrificed.
Taimi thinks, huh? Taimi, you okay, kid? Taimi thinks, huh?
The episode ends with him shooting an arrow into the tooth of Jormag, a significant moment for the Norn to show that they are ready to send their army north to fight the dragon. And once more, all of that will happen off screen with Bram. It's a strange situation to have Bram leading an army north to fight one of the Elder Dragons, while we decide to head home and deal with local politics. This is partially why I suggested that it seems that the writers wanted a break from the dragon plotline here, as at any other part in the story, the commander would be going with Bram. Episode 4 brings us back to the White Mantle plot. The White Mantle attacked Divinity's Reach, forcing us to go after Cordicus. It begs the question why we didn't immediately go after him following episode 1, but what led to this being the case will become clear soon. With little fuss, we breach his mansion and kill him. Afterwards, we explore it and find his diary. In it, he mentions he sabotaged Lazarus's resurrection ritual, proving that this Lazarus is a fake. This now brings the White Mantle plot to a close. They don't appear in the story anymore going forward, and barely had any impact on it whatsoever. I wasn't kidding when I said most of these stories are a self-contained mess. Episode 5 opens with us returning to Rata Novas. Taimi has finished building a machine designed to kill Primordus and Jormag.
Machine make dragons go, yeah.
Casimir joins us for the first time this season, just before Lazarus shows up. Remember how I noted in Season 2 that Casimir had a very strong skill in her ability to detect lies? So far, one of the only connecting plot points of this season has been about the identity of Lazarus and who he is under the mask. It sure would have been useful to have someone here who could detect a lack of truthfulness in a person. How convenient for the plot that Casimir chose this moment to take a vacation away from the guild she has been with always up until this point. Coincidentally, right after Casimir comes back into the story, Marjorie arrives to tell us that Lazarus is coming to the lab. We tell the lie detector in our party that we discovered that he is being deceptive, and she offers a way to break his illusion. Just to repeat that to hammer it home one more time, we tell the lie detector in our party that we discovered on our own that he is being deceptive. Moving on, Lazarus arrives and we trap him in his mirrors.
What is this?
I know you're an imposter. Show yourself.
Fools! Destroy the mirrors!
His illusion falls off and we discover that he is Balthazar, the human god of war.
The illusion is broken! Now I can... Balthazar!
He's one of the 6.
And you will burn.
He attacks Marjorie as punishment, while Casimir is brought to her knees in fear.
No!
He takes Timey's machine and leaves. Casimir is so shaken up at the prospect of fighting her god that she runs away too. So let's get into this. Casimir should have been able to detect lies or dishonesty in most people. However, here it's the god Balthazar using the goddess Lissa's mirror to disguise himself. That sounds fairly justifiable. However, Casimir could also break his illusion with her magic, adding some doubt to how all-powerful it is. So we once more return to the question, could Casimir have detected if Balthazar was being dishonest in who he was? The fact that the writers made an effort to remove her from the story before this point seems to indicate that she could. If she couldn't detect his dishonesty, then nothing would have changed by including her. However, if she could and they excluded her so she wouldn't ruin the reveal, then we have a problem. That's just lazy writing. There are plenty of ways to keep her in the story without her ruining the reveal. First and foremost, the exact reaction she had right here. Over the next few story beats, Casimir's religious nature will be explored. She has a lot of reverence for her gods and doesn't want to defy them. Exposing Balthazar's lie is defiance. Letting the commander fight him on her behalf is defiance. I fully believe that Casimir fled the scene because she was so scared of every outcome to this moment, and I believe that that would have been her reaction back in episode 1. It looks lazy to hide Casimir for almost the whole season just because she was inconvenient. But back to the story at hand. We head to Draconis Mons and begin searching for Balthazar. As we explore, Timey contacts us over the radio with some news. She's run a simulation and discovered that killing Primordus and Jormag will mess up the flow of magic in a catastrophic way. This is the point in Season 3 where the story begins to get good. Up until now, killing the dragons has been a simple thing, almost formulaic. Now there's a downside to what we're doing. Suddenly the story has some real depth to it. Leaving the dragons alive isn't an option since they'll ravage the world, but killing them isn't an option either as we've already done enough damage just from killing 2. And just to compound the problem further, Balthazar is here to continue our previous plan on in full force. Our new antagonist is a representation of the previous season's commander. Well done, ArenaNet. Out of such a bad season comes such a great development in the story. So we head to the volcano to stop Balthazar and save the dragons.
I can't believe we're seriously considering saving them.
We distract him while Timey overloads the machine, blowing it up and thwarting Balthazar's plans. The dragons go back to a dormant state and Balthazar leaves. So that was 5 episodes, and after a rocky start, things are beginning to ramp up now. So what does the final episode hold in store for us? Well, I hope you're ready to be disappointed. Episode 6 opens with us tracking down the remaining White Mantle in search of the Eye of Jan'sir. The commander wants the eye in hopes that it will show us where Balthazar has gone, but that plan doesn't stand up to scrutiny. We have as much of an idea where the eye is as where Balthazar is. However, with Balthazar we have much more to infer on.
Since Balthazar can't pit them against each other, he'll turn his attention to another dragon. And there's only 2 dragons left, so it's gotta be one of the 2.
We know where Kralkatorrik is, he's in Alona. The water dragon not so much, but it would be more proactive to check Alona first rather than chase a rumour of the eye up here. Not to mention, Timey has the ley energy map that shows the Bloodstone's magic. Balthazar absorbed that magic, so he'd show up on it in the same way that Mordremoth did. If it only shows the Maguma jungle, then upgrade it. The Exalted said it was made from Asura tech.
The Asura there are our allies. They aided in the construction of this very device.
We have a clue to his location and a map with his GPS, yet we're looking for legends far away from that.
I've heard conflicting reports on the Eye's location. We may have to track a bit.
We meet up with a charming soldier named Kurita in the fortress.
Are you going to get me out, or must I do everything myself?
We ask what she's looking for and she says she can only tell us if we join her secret society. Okay. We join her secret society, and the initiation rituals are laughably cartoonish. The voice acting is just as bad too.
Then I will take my sincerity to my grave. You are wrong.
Why the commander would join this secret society is even more head-scratching when they reveal that the initiation involves a spell that will kill us if we tell their secrets. Would you voluntarily have a bomb strapped to you that someone else could detonate at any time? Apparently it's nothing for the commander. The knowledge that Kurita holds is just worth that much.
You are planning to destroy them.
No. Once I have them all, I'll use them to resurrect him. When he's up, I'll unleash every ounce of Crichton wrath I possess on him.
Wow. The commander put themselves under a deadly spell so they could learn some information not even related to Balthazar, the dragons, or any part of the current plot. Less than related, for a stupid plan to resurrect Lazarus just to kill him. That has to be one of the most idiotic plot points I've ever heard. In a season of unrelated side stories, this is the most unrelated of the lot. And it was the one that required the most consequence to the commander to engage in. But let's focus on the spell the commander swore under. We limited our words for that? We're the commander fighting to protect the world from dragons. What happens if we need to communicate something from a niece to our guild to help defeat the dragons? We now can't. If the information comes from Shining Blade texts, which it likely would or it would be common knowledge, we'd die saying it. How does the spell work? Will it still kill us if we hear something from the Shining Blade that we already know? If the Shining Blade has books on the deaths of the older dragons leading to an instability in the leyline magic, can we suddenly no longer tell the information that Timey told us? Because that would be a real problem when it comes to scientific facts that both parties can come to the same conclusion on. Any future discoveries from Timey could already be under lock and key by the Shining Blade. Or is there someone in the secret society who has a kill switch and we can debate on whether the information is public enough to not technically be breaking the oath to talk about it? That could be a reasonable solution to this issue, if we weren't in the middle of a season where both Bram and Balthazar disagree with the commander's decision to not kill the dragons. All it takes is for the Shining Blade to disagree too, and then they could determine that we were trying to break the oath by telling others that killing dragons is bad, just because they have that information somewhere in a book. And again, we limited ourselves that much for nothing, less than nothing. Balthazar is rampaging somewhere else right now, and we're entertaining the idea of following Kerida for her own personal goal. A goal that doesn't affect the plot in any way if it happens or doesn't. Not to mention, she lied to us. We just needed to find the eye, and she tricked us by pretending we needed to know about her plan to resurrect Lazarus. And it gets even more ridiculous. The Shining Blade is a human secret society that only accepts humans to serve under the Queen. They excuse that away to let a player character of another race in, though those players don't even have a choice in the matter. A few players expressed annoyance at having their Char or Asura character being forced to pledge allegiance to the human queen. This episode is complete filler, something put in to stretch out the story while the developers work on the next expansion, something ArenaNet would repeat again in the future. We head to Ore and make our way into Abaddon's reliquary.
And you thought all your hard work was for naught.
I never thought that.
Oh, never mind. I guess that was me.
It's around now that I want to talk about the dialogue in this episode.
Did you say something? I can't hear you through that door.
Ooh, so formal. Is the agent there with you, Commander?
Thanks for the ship. Have you found the eye?
Oh, no. Was I supposed to be looking for the eye?
Well, I suppose I'll answer your question now. What was it again?
Oh, you're funny. You know what I want.
Something is off about it. Kerida is awful, and even the commander speaks oddly back to her.
Maybe I can slow it down without killing it.
Just don't kill it, whatever you do.
That's what I just said. Do you ever listen to me?
I'm sorry, did you say something?
It's like this episode was written by the B team while the rest worked on the expansion. Kerida is just a terrible character, and the commander puts up with her for no reason. When we go to resurrect Lazarus, we learn that she is Livia, a character from Guild Wars 1. This somewhat explains the dynamic. Because she is an established character, the writers must have thought she had more relevance to be that abrasive. But that's not the reaction she got. Most of the player base seemed to dislike Livia, and her short appearance was left there. However, that aside, we resurrect Lazarus and then kill him again. He doesn't escape or cause further disaster from this foolish plan. We just kill him, then and there. Nothing changed in the story from it. No characters outside of this room even knew it happened. No lingering effects came from it. The cause and effect spanned a whole 5 minutes. Storytelling, ladies and gentlemen. The eye then shows us a vision of Balthazar in the Crystal Desert. He went after Kraukatorek, the elder dragon that we knew the location of.
Well, duh.
So that's Season 3. Outside of some good moments in Episode 5, it's a complete mess. How did this happen? I mentioned before that ArenaNet split the developers into 3 teams to work on it. Those teams work simultaneously, meaning that communication between the teams for things added would be difficult. The teams had to make sure they weren't interfering with the other team's continuity. This is likely what led to each episode focusing on a different topic. You can even see the parallels in the episodes. Episodes 1 and 4 were worked on by one team and focused on White Mantle content. Episodes 2 and 5 were worked on by the second team and focused on Primordius content, and the final team worked on episodes 3 and 6. 3 focused on Jormag, while 6 is a filler episode tacked on at the end. There was no chance for this season to feel cohesive and connected, with the teams working separate from one another. I can sympathise with ArenaNet's idea to streamline the Living World content and make it more manageable, but this approach to writing strips it of all creativity. In fact, the writing in this episode was so bad that I gave up playing for a while. The story in Guild Wars 2 was my main interest. This episode eroded my confidence in ArenaNet's ability to tell good stories. This episode focused more on Guild Wars 1 fan service with Livia that completely derailed the storyline. Random plot points that made no sense, such as the commander's decision to join the Shining Blade, and Hollow's spectacle for the sake of spectacle with the needless fight with Lazarus. That on top of how meandering the season had been, and the poor handling of the characters caused me to stop caring. Especially since the next step in the story was the Path of Fire expansion. There was now a paywall in front of the next story step, and I doubted that I would like it. Season 2 built a lot of hype for Heart of Thorns, but this filler episode doused any hype for the next expansion. I didn't return to Guild Wars 2 until halfway through Season 4, and when I returned, I realised what I had been missing out on. Path of Fire and Living World Season 4 were the golden age for storytelling in Guild Wars 2, and I almost missed it. I mentioned during episode 5 of Season 3 that the story was ramping up in an interesting way. Path of Fire continues from where that left off. The expansion starts with us boarding an airship in Lion's Arch to travel to Elona. After a season of us teleporting around the world for each map, it's refreshing to see a montage of us flying over all the zones to get there. Moments like these remind us of the scope of the world. When each new map starts with an Asura gate, the world feels tiny. Going to a whole new part of the world doesn't feel as grand or as adventurous if it's just one portal away. And this doesn't just mean that every new map needs some long hike to it to give it a feeling of distance. In the base game, the playable world stretched from as far east as Ascalon to as far west as the start of the Maguma jungle. In Season 2, we got a new map directly next to Brisbane Wildlands. For the players at the time, all they had to do was waypoint into Brisbane and walk to the border to play the story. Not very far, but there was an understanding that the world had expanded, that the world was a living map, slowly having its borders revealed. The knowledge of just how far Drytop was from Ascalon remained in the player's mind, since they had done map completion at every stop in between. The satellite maps offered in Season 3 and onward in the game's life cycle just don't offer the same experience. The base map hasn't expanded since Season 3. That fantasy of exploring as far in one direction as you can has been exchanged for exploring small pockets of the world. But to go back to my compliment, if we have to skip large chunks of land for the new maps, then at least a scene of travelling there somewhat makes up for it. Environmental storytelling does matter after all. We arrive in the Crystal Desert and see a pyramid under siege from Balthazar's minions. Gee, Commander, if you hadn't spent time joining a secret society and running around in awe, you may have been able to prevent some of these civilians' deaths while Balthazar was left to his own devices for a whole episode. We chase the Herald away and head for the main city, Amnoon. The first few missions involve us moving around the city and getting a lay of the land. Most notably, we head to the casino and run into Iberu, the Archon of Palawa Joko's undead army. Turns out the Crystal Desert had its own tyrant before Balthazar showed up. That should make things interesting. We also run into Canuck here.
Besides, I may have made a wager that the Slayer of Elder Dragons can take down a god, and I intend to collect.
What are the odds?
Let's not jinx it, Commander.
When asking around town, we're also informed of a crystal dragon in the region known as Vlast, another one of Glint's offspring and Aureen's older brother. We ask the casino manager and he informs us that Balthazar is hunting Vlast.
I reached out across my network for information about Balthazar, and I think I know what he's after.
Kralkatorek.
You're half right. He's currently hunting down a crystal dragon, but that dragon is Vlast.
I wonder why he'd suddenly change targets.
Who among us can understand the will of a god?
We head to the desert highlands to try and intercept him, where we find them already fighting.
Have you come to accept my god's offer?
Never.
Consider, a life of servitude is still life.
Balthazar, stop this! Your war will destroy Tyria. I won't allow you to commit more atrocities. If you won't talk, we have to treat you as the enemy.
Very well. You face the god of war, mortal creatures, and I tire of your meddling.
We engage Balthazar and he easily wipes the floor with us. As he goes to deliver the killing blow, Vlast sacrifices himself to save us, the blast from his death knocking Balthazar away. Afterward, Rytlock finally reveals what happened to him in the mists.
I don't know how long I'd been looking. It's easy to lose track of time in the mists. But when I finally found Sohathan, its flame had been extinguished. Then I saw the stranger, in chains. He told me he could reignite my sword. I didn't ask his name, or why he'd been imprisoned there. I only asked him to restore Sohathan's flame. To repay the favor, I used the sword to break the chains that bound him. When I did, a portal opened. He told me it was a passage out of the mists. A way home. He must have followed me out, escaping the mists. I didn't know until just moments ago. But that stranger was Balthazar.
Clued in that Balthazar was hunting Vlast to find tools to use against Kralkatorrik, we head to Glint's lair to destroy the Dragon's Blood Spear that Destiny's Edge used when they faced off against the dragon previously. Casimir asks that we go speak with the gods, given that we're now wrapped up in a war with one. We find a way into the mists and reach Cormyr's library. There, Casimir pleads with the goddess.
Goddess Cormyr, we have come to you seeking guidance and aid in dark times. Will you hear our plea?
Rise, Lady Mead. Please, continue.
Balthazar has emerged from the mists to bring ruin to Tyria. He's going to slay Kralkatorrik, and if he succeeds, the imbalance it brings could... You know all of this already, don't you?
Indeed.
We cannot defeat him on our own. For the sake of Tyria, Goddess Cormyr, please, we beg your aid.
I'm sorry, Lady Mead. There is nothing I can do.
Please excuse me, Goddess. Perhaps I wasn't clear. We can't hope to defeat Balthazar without the aid of the Six.
Or the Five. Balthazar is one of the Six.
No, he isn't. Balthazar has been stripped of his claim and title. He is no longer one of the Six. We, the gods, saw there could be no victory in our inevitable conflict with the Elder Dragons. Waging war with them could only lead to the destruction of Tyria. And we, the Six, would be the match that would start the blaze. And so, we chose to withdraw from Tyria altogether and spare this world further calamity. Or rather, most of us chose to.
Cowards! You may flee, but I will not. I do not avoid conflict. I am conflict. The Elder Dragons will die by my hands, and their power will become my power.
Balthazar was blinded by his pride. The dragons are beyond even the gods, a raw, primal force without equal. We stripped him of his power and chained him in the mists. There he would remain, forever, powerless to carry out his plans.
Mark these words. When I'm free, I will strike you all down and claim your power for my own.
This is a nice little detail given to us by the writers. Balthazar is technically a god, but he doesn't have godlike power levels. He's running off of the bloodstone magic that he absorbed, which makes the prospect of winning a fight against him much more believable. Cormyr tells us that the gods are leaving this world, and we only have ourselves to rely on to beat Balthazar. The story then takes an interesting turn. We have no plan. Begging for help from the gods was our last option, and that failed. The commander decides that we should search around for any clues to help us. We head to the Riverlands and begin asking the locals what they know of Vlast. I'm actually impressed by this section. Heart of Thorns rushed its story and gave no time for the commander to discover things relevant to the plot. Here in Path of Fire, the story winds down for a bit to give us the opportunity to only advance forward when we know enough of the world and our options. We're not charging straight at Balthazar with no plan other than our faith in the script to work itself out. We instead get some good pacing to the story. The commander asks around with the locals and eventually learns of a hidden city somewhere in the desert. We track the path of some treasure hunters and eventually find the entrance. Inside, we discover another city similar to Tyria, where Vlast was raised by the Exalted. The city has fallen and only one Exalted remains. Through his archives we learn of Kraukatorik's weakness.
The most important lesson an Exalted must learn is, though Elder Dragons are unimaginably powerful, they can be killed. Each has a distinct flaw. Mordramoth, for example, dominates thought, but its most powerful asset, its mind, is also its greatest liability. Kraukatorik's unique strength, its power to crystallize objects, is also its singular weakness. Its creations share a fundamental resonance that connects them back to the Crystal Dragon and makes them vulnerable to each other.
A fundamental resonance that makes them vulnerable. Whoa, so that's why Balthazar was after Vlast. He needed a scion of Glint to kill Kraukatorrik. But Vlast's gone now, so that means...
The Exalted also explains Glint's legacy to us.
The millennia-long Elder Dragon cycle is one of feast and famine. Ravenous they rise, sated they sleep. Glint and the Forgotten set out to break this cycle of extremes and to restore true balance. But when two Elder Dragons were unexpectedly eliminated from the cycle at one time, we believe it created a void. A void that caused the system to break down and the collapse to begin. The hope was that Glint's legacy would stabilize the cycle. We theorize these vacancies must be filled with entities that circulate and share magic rather than hoard it. Only then will the balance of magic truly become stable. Only then will Glint's legacy achieve its ultimate purpose.
So we now have a plan. We have to replace every dragon that we kill with a new dragon that will circulate the magic rather than hoarding it. Vlast was raised to do that, but we no longer have him, so it will fall to our new dragon hatchling, Aurene. The commander relays this information and calls for an airship to pick us up. However, as we reach the pickup point, Balthazar finds us. We fight him, but it quickly turns into a losing battle.
Listen, I don't want to kill you.
You won't. Ah, the sire. Come here to defend our champion.
Aurene, no!
And now, you die!
He kills the commander and captures Aurene. We wake up in the domain of the lost with the other spirits of the dead. We explore the realm, reliving memories of our greatest victories in life, all while collecting the magic necessary to return to the realm of the living. During this, we meet an interesting character.
You died. It happens. Welcome to the domain of the lost. I am, of course, King Palawa Joko.
But you're not a spirit. What are you doing here?
I was deceived by the fallen god Balthazar. I led him here to claim spirits for his army. In exchange, I was promised a share of his new recruits, but he betrayed me and stranded me here instead.
He asks us to free him, but the commander decides on a different plan.
Your help is worthless. I've found my own way back, and I'm off to succeed where you failed, by defeating Balthazar.
Good for you. Such pluck and self-delusion. Off you go then. Balthazar has an army. Do you have an army, little one? Well, I do. An army to rival that of the disgraced god.
You may be right about that. I do need your army. But I don't need you.
Come back here, pathetic mortal. This is your last chance. I will return to reclaim my throne. And I will have my revenge on those who put me here, who left me here, and who dare take advantage of my absence.
We return to the land of the living.
Commander!
Is that?
Wait, what's going on there? You all said the commander was dead.
I was dead, Timey. But now I'm back.
Yeah, but that's not how dead works. Poker! If she's squishy, she's a mummy. If she's leathery, she's awakened. And if she's nothing, she's a ghost.
We're not going to poke the commander, Timey.
Listen, Balthazar has Aurene.
We know. He was taking her south toward Kralkatorrik when we arrived. We tried to stop him, but there were too many forged.
And I hate being the bearer of bad news, but it appears that Balthazar has managed to build up quite a formidable army of forged.
He does seem to make them faster than we can break them.
That's why we need an army of our own. And I met someone in the domain of the lost who told me where I can borrow one.
Borrow an army?
Domain of the lost?
Yay, we have a plan!
Okay. I'll be standing by.
And I'll be at the casino in Amnoon. If you can come back from the dead, I want to double my wager on you.
We head further south into the desolation in search of Joko's Bone Palace. There we kill Iberu and disguise ourselves as him. Then we convince the Awakened to move their armies against Balthazar.
I bring orders from King Joko, who commands that we turn our might against the true threat, the fallen god Balthazar. He has tasked me with leading his army against the disgraced deity. I trust that you will make the necessary arrangements.
The next few missions involve us rallying the other battalions in Joko's army, both giving us a sense of the scale of his army and adding character to it. Finally, we head to the capital of Varby for the final stand against Balthazar. Ritlock gives you his sword to try and even the odds against him, since it was powered by the remnants of his god magic. We make our way through the city until we find him with what looks like another attempt at Timey's machine, powered by Aurene. One of the interesting elements of Balthazar's story is how much work and planning he does behind the scenes while we're chasing him. We find clues of it as we go through each level. He doesn't just head straight to Kralkatorrik and fight him one-on-one. His actions demonstrate that not even a god can contend with an elder dragon. Their weakness is the only advantage we have. He actually shows more cunning and strategy than we did back in Heart of Thorns. It's part of what makes him such a great villain. We destroy the machine and free Aurene before engaging Balthazar once more. Armed with a sword of equal magic and a dragon unlike our previous run-ins. We defeat Balthazar for good, but all of the bloodstone magic he had absorbed explodes out.
Aurene! No! Aurene.
And all the good we did by killing Balthazar just delivered that magic straight to Kralkatorrik. Aurene managed to absorb some in the process though. The expansion ends with an epilogue in Amnoon, where the people celebrate Balthazar's death and we have a choice of whether to tell them about Kralkatorrik or let them enjoy one day of celebration. We meet up with the party in the harbour just as Kralkatorrik's brandstorm begins to wash over the city. And that's where the Path of Fire story leaves off, a cliffhanger for the future. One of the better story arcs in the game. The story didn't rely on coincidence or characters concluding things that they shouldn't know. It followed a chain of cause and effect. The gods rejected our pleas, so we sought out another solution, which led us to the Hidden City. Finding that drew Balthazar's attention, so he killed us. In the Domain of the Lost, we learned that Joko had an army to stand against Balthazar, so we formed a plan to use that. And using that army will have consequences in the future. Including Season 3, we lost to Balthazar 3 times before we were able to beat him. He dominated the story as a threatening villain and left his mark. Both good and bad consequences came from his actions. Then we come to Season 4, quite possibly the peak of storytelling in this game's lifetime.
Places for Act 1. It's showtime.
The season opens with a branded attack on Amnoon. We head in to save the city and find a much more grown-up Aurene joining the fight. All that magic she absorbed sped up her growth. Once the branded are dealt with, we conclude that we need to start forming a force to contend with Krakatorik's minions. Aurene shows us a vision of the Awakened slaughtering people in Istan, and the ruined city of Farinor. Keto informs us that the Sun Spears have a base there, and that Joko is trying to wipe them out, so we decide to head there and broker an alliance. We learn that the leader of the Sun Spears is being held in an Awakened fortress, so in order to get in we recruit the help of some Corsairs and their captain, Saida. We successfully free him, but hear over the comms that Timey has been kidnapped by a familiar voice.
Who's got you, Timey?
No! Stay away! Please!
Your turn, little one.
Undoubtedly, he finally found a soul willing to free him in the Domain of the Lost, and now he has a personal grudge against us for leaving him there and taking over his army. We head to Farinor and make our way inside. There we run into Bram and Rox. We haven't seen Bram since halfway through Season 3, and unfortunately the writers have to deal with where his character was left off, though thankfully they don't dwell on any angsty drama here. If anything, they temporarily revert him back to his Season 2 character, and he is more concerned with protecting Timey.
I'm here, Timey! Just hold on!
We reach Timey, but her mech has been sabotaged by the Awakened.
We have to smash that thing open. He's gonna suffocate her in there.
Be careful. I've given Scruffy a few upgrades.
We rescue her and regroup. She tells us that Joko has been using the Inquest as part of his plan.
He has them doing experiments.
What kind of experiments?
I don't know. Bugs. Something with bugs.
That leads us into the second episode, where we begin an infiltration of the Inquest base. There we learn that a friend of Timey's, Blish, is working here. We free a Char held captive and they help us escape the base. We follow them back to their village and learn of the Olmacon clan. While there, the writers begin to repair Bram's character after his assassination in Season 3.
Tough time for them. That voice in your head, you're not careful, it can take over.
We begin to formulate a plan to assault Rata Primus and end Joko's use of their portals. We find a recording on a console that gives us the location of Blish and his brother Gorik. Saida, having acquired an airship after the last episode, offers to fly us in and the plan kicks off. We breach the base and head down to find Gorik and Blish.
Gorik? Where's your brother?
Here. Hello. I am Blish.
Blish, why does your voice sound weird?
1 second, Timey.
We learn that Rata Primus is a lab focused on studying diseases and plagues. Gorik informs us that they got a sample of the deadly Scarab plague and had been experimenting on it. We find the storage lab raided and empty, followed by Joko waiting for us at the entrance with the plague samples in hand.
Joko! You twisted... Stop and face me!
Before unleashing the Scarab Plague on your beloved Tyria, don't you wish?
We find his underling as the gateways malfunction and send us around the world, before finally ending up on a rock in space. There, the commander has a chance to speak with Bram after all this time.
Bram. The letter. The one you sent Timey.
She told you.
She did. I'm glad she did.
So, I guess we should talk about that.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Gorik!
We're teleported back to the airship and Timey finally has a chance to see Blish.
Oh my... You're...
Here we go again. What'll it be? Disgust? Horror? Don't keep us in suspense.
amazing. Beautiful.
That is unexpected and likely inaccurate. Life as a machine is incomprehensible to living beings.
But you're safe from life's frailties.
And episode 2 ends there. Already we have a lot to go on. In our quest to gain allies to fight Kralkatorrik, we have butted up against Joko to the point where he can't be ignored anymore. In the process, we have already gained some allies. The Sunspears, the Corsairs, the Olmocon, and now Gorik and Blish with the data we need. Gorik and Blish do become proper members of our guild too, and they are some great additions going forward. Now on to episode 3. We start in Amnoon where Gorik is on trial for crimes against humanity.
He's deliberately growing a beetle under his skin.
I'm sorry. He has a what? Growing where?
Oh, yeah. It's a new species of beetle that could help us with, you know what?
His name is Petey. He's co-sensitive, but otherwise an excellent specimen. / pet.
We get him off the charges and head down to the docks. There we are brought in to greet the representatives from Tyria arriving on ship.
Crichton's welcome. It is my extreme pleasure to...
Joko reveals himself and we attempt to stop an outbreak in the city. With his declaration of war, we move to rally our forces against him.
A dragon? There's no dragon in this show.
Blish tells us he should be able to make a portal from the Inquest tech so we can get our army down south as soon as possible. We manage to recruit the ghosts from the Tomb of Primeval Kings into our army, due to their grudge against Joko. Blish establishes a portal and we head down. We bring the army through and establish a base, ready to fight. After a few skirmishes, we are ready for the final assault. A frontal assault on the gates is halted by more plague-infected soldiers.
Oh no.
Her generation.
Quick!
Can't get in that way now.
Force fields won't hold forever. What's plan B?
So Bram and the commander sneak in through the side.
Where is he? How disappointing. The commander of the Pact. Hero of blah blah blah. Rendered useless by a glorified parlor trick.
Oh, no you don't. Give him one for me, Commander!
I will, Bram. For you, and for Timey.
War. Plague. Gods. Dragons. I've seen them all. They come and they go, like the tides. But a worthy nemesis, that is rare indeed.
With Bram frozen, we fight Joko by ourselves, eventually bringing him to his knees.
Whoa, I think you killed him. I think you really killed him.
Appearances can be deceiving, but...
Look, the Awakened. They're in a stupor. They're not under Joko's command. We won!
Did you? The rumors of my immortality are drastically understated. Oh, Commander, you look so disappointed, so impotent. I feel for you. I really do. But let's be honest. You knew in your heart. Fear not. The world will not forget you. The scars you've gouged into it spell out your name for all to see. I confess I was happy to take credit for your victories. But did you ever stop to wonder what that says about you? That so many bought what I was selling. They call me a monster, and you a hero. The world expects Palawa Joko to dare to throw reality into chaos. But surely, no mortal would be so monumentally stupid as to destroy a dragon, the life force of this world. Let alone two, and a god to boot. Perhaps they will finally thank me for luring you to me, so that I may save the world from you. And once you're gone, everyone will flock to my embrace. They will all love me, Palawa Ignatius.
Commander, you should have seen it! The primeval queens and their ghost army wiped out the third-generation plague bugs. The awakened are all disoriented, throwing down their weapons, screaming, crying. Oh man, what's Aurene eating?
Her dinner.
And so ends Joko. Despite having a presence in Guild Wars 1, these 3 episodes of development solidified him as one of the best villains in the game. He was charismatic and had some fair criticisms of the commander's actions. The age-old adage that the villain should be the hero in their own story. Joko was villainous, wanting to spread the plague across the world to bolster his army of the dead, but he still had some good moments. There wasn't time to cover it in the Path of Fire recap, but I'll mention it here. There's some benevolent world building to his character in the expansion. You hear stories from the locals that they take their elderly to Joko so he can awaken them and give them eternal life. That way the families can still come and see their awakened ancestors, rather than lose them forever. Not everyone in Alona hated Joko, and that's what made him an interesting character. But now on to episode 4, and this is a big episode. We head to Jahai to meet with the Free Awakened, who now want to form their own faction. During this meeting, Krakatorik's champion attacks, reminding us who the real threat of the season is. We note that as he attacks, he uses portals to the mists to get around. We head out into Jahai to look further into this. We find a few temporal disturbances around, artifacts from the damage to the mists.
You're not gonna believe it, but I see chalk. Lots of them.
Did you say chalk? But that should be impossible. They're native only to the Maguma region.
Gorik, you were in the other room. How did you?
On top of that, we find villages that have been branded, but Bram notes that a small section built into the cliff face was spared the branding. From this we conclude that going underground will keep our base of operations safe from being branded over. The Sunspear Koss guides us to an old base built inside a cave. We reclaim it and lead everyone inside. Once there, a rift opens and the ghost of Air and Snaff appear. They tell Aurene that Glint needs her to fulfill her legacy and replace Krakatorrik before it's too late. Aurene has a vision where she runs through every possible outcome against Krakatorrik and only sees herself dying in each. Scared, she flies off, abandoning us. As the people begin to panic, Blish offers a solution to calm everyone down.
You really have a plan?
Not yet. But widespread panic had to be averted. However, I have the beginning of one. Mysticide Our most pressing problem is that we don't know when or where Kralkatork will appear. But if we were to enter the mist and affix a tracking device to him, I could create an algorithm to predict his movement.
First, we need a powerful source of magic to use as bait. The commander heads back to Varby in search of Balthazar's sword. We learn that it flew far afield from the explosion. Once we track it down, we find a priestess of Balthazar, now lost in dismay, sniping anyone who comes close to it.
Wait. I know that face. You're the hero of Anoon.
Oh good. Maybe we can use this to
The one who killed my god!
Uh-oh.
How proud you must be, killer of gods, slayer of dragons, trumpeting your heroism, no thought for the cost. After you killed him, people were celebrating, and I was afraid. Too afraid to open my lips to say that I remember him differently. You had snuffed him out. People have already forgotten everything he was, everything we were. Now the world will remember us only by the worst thing our god ever did.
I won't give you the sword! I won't give up the only part of him I have left!
We resolve the situation and claim the sword, bringing her back to the Sunspear hideout with us. Ritlock uses his sword to transfer some of the magic back, and the sword is ready to be used as bait. We also get a scene to fully repair Bram's character.
No matter what I put you through, you never gave up on me. And I didn't... I was so... I mean, you should have just knocked some sense into me. Spirits know I deserved it.
Grief can make us not ourselves.
Blish formulates a plan to head into the mists. Gorik demands that he come too, but Blish insists that it only be the commander and himself due to the danger of the mission. Inside the mists, we plant the sword and Blish begins attaching the tracker to it. However, as he works, the sword fights back. Its fire magic breaks the power core of the tracker, forcing Blish to try and fix it as Kralkatork closes in.
The damage to the power core is extensive. I need more time.
Blish, we've got to get out of here!
The power source! I can't get it to work!
Go! Now!
Yes, go. I'll handle it. Go, Commander. Get out of here. What? I'm a machine, remember? You can't grab me. You're mortal. You need to get to safety.
I'm not leaving without you.
Come back for me when the storm passes. We've come too far to give in now.
Blish!
I'll be fine, Commander. Go!
So we run off into the mists to get to safety.
Don't be mad. I lied.
What? What are you saying?
The power source is dead. I can't fix it. But my lower body can power the tracker indefinitely. I just have to take my higher functions offline. Permanently.
Wait, what? No, at the docks! Gorik said...
I know, but I'm just one person. We're talking about the end of the world. Take care of Gorik. Tell him his big brother is sorry. I'm entering the eye of the storm. I'll be shutting down higher function now. Wish me luck. Hold your heart. Kralkatork.
Blish! 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 Say something! Blish.
Commander? Commander, are you okay?
I'm fine. But...
I'm getting a signal from the tracker. Come on back, you two. We're gonna celebrate in style.
You did it, Commander. We're receiving a signal from the tracker.
Wait, where's...
I had my doubts about whether the sword's magnetic pull
Gorik, there's something I need to...
would still be functional. But like always, Blish was 100% correct. I don't...
Listen to me. Blish
don't know how I ever doubted him. Blish can do anything he puts his mind to.
Gorik! Please.
Did he say anything?
He said... he's sorry. There's something else. He said...
We need to stop keeping secrets from each other.
I wasn't ready to tell you, but, my condition... It's not in remission anymore. It's getting worse.
Worse how?
Sometimes the pain is so bad I can hardly focus. I can't calculate how much time I have, but... there's an end. Blish was the only one I told. I thought he might be able to help me stay here longer, but now he's...
Timing. If we had known...
Blish sacrificed himself to give us time to stop Kralkatorrik. That's our priority.
Do you ever slow down?
Hey, we have a job to do. But there's no way we can do this without Aurene. We have to find her.
And so the episode ends on a heavy note. We learned all the way back in Season 1 that Taimi had a disease that limited her movement. She had been using her golem as a wheelchair of sorts. This plot point is still hanging, however. It gets some attention in End of Dragons, but that just offers an excuse to kick the can down the road some more.
He could have lived forever in that golem body. How could he just throw that away?
Case shows up at the end of the episode, leaving us with the goal of tracking down Aurene. Episode 5 begins with us heading back to the Derman Priory for clues on Glint's legacy. Ogden tells us that Aurene is in Glint's lair and creates a portal for us to enter. Once inside, we're instructed to undergo trials together to deepen the bond between Scion and Champion. At the end of the trial, Aurene is taken aside to hear some important information from Glint. We take a portal from there to Thunderhead Keep, where our allied armies are already preparing for the battle to come. In the Forge, they work to create new Dragon's Blood spears from branded crystals, working off the information that we got back in Path of Fire that Kralkatorrik's weakness is the resonance of his crystals. We meet up with our allies to confirm that the new spears are weaker than the original Dragon's Blood spear, but we can at least mass produce these and outfit an army with them. A rift appears and branded minions pour into the chamber. In order to halt them, Aurene brands the area with her own magic.
She just branded the ground we're standing on. We're lucky she didn't kill anyone.
And in case it slipped anyone's mind, she's Kralkatorrik's granddaughter.
This upsets Aurene and she gives Case the connection that allows her to speak through her.
It's all right. Speak through me.
I am not him.
Realising that there is little time left to stop Kralkatorrik before he becomes too strong, a plan is created to lure him into the cavern where a trap will be set. Work begins on it as the culmination of allies made throughout the season builds up the army for the final confrontation.
Everyone listen up. We'd all love to have more time to prepare for this. We don't have that luxury. But the truth is, we don't need it. Kralkatorrik seems invincible, but he himself had a vision, a prophecy of a world without him. We have everything we need. He's hurting, half out of his mind. We're gonna lure him right where we want him. And then we're gonna make his vision a reality. Glint believed in us. I believe in you. Together, we're gonna save the world and kill the Crystal Dragon. To your posts.
All I can think about is dying before dawn. I can't do this.
Adolia could follow you tomorrow, but that wouldn't help your family. Dying in battle might. You could live to be an old man, but if the cost was your little sister's lives, would you pay it?
No. You're right. I can do this.
How's she doing?
She's afraid, but she's ready to enter the mists and draw Kralkatorrik here.
Okay, Aurene. It's time.
familiar.
We've got a massive storm out here. Just blew in out of nowhere.
Saida, do you read?
Commander, oh my gosh. He's here. He's here now!
All ships, fire! Fire! Commander, brace yourself. He's...
Has he always been this
Alchemy is huge!
Canuck! Blow the charges! Now!
With pleasure.
The battle against the dragon begins as we channel the resonance in the crystals to stun him and stab him with the spears.
Commander, are you flying over the dragon?
Look out! He's trying to push in further.
Whoa! Aurene just grounded Croc to the wall! Better get to that second crystal, quick!
One thing I appreciate about this fight is how many little parts come together for the whole thing. It was a well planned out attack to chip away at him. I also appreciate how huge he is in comparison to us.
Okay, everyone! Hit him hard, just like before!
As we reach the final crystal, the channeled resonance fails, likely due to Kraukatorrik building up a tolerance to it. He turns his full attention to us and brands the platform around us. We follow the path down to him and attempt one last assault with Aurene.
Kraukatorrik he's just leaving.
What's happened?
Is everyone in one piece over there?
I don't understand. There was a vision.
Commander. Oh, spirits. We thought...
Where is she? Cave flowers.
She's gone.
What do we do now?
I don't know.
What is there to say here? Most people consider this to be the best Living World episode. Such a huge climactic end that had so much in-world planning go into it, and then to see it all come crashing down and the loss of Aurene. Even more so, it made sense that it turned out this way. The story had been building Kraukatorrik up as a threatening dragon that had absorbed not just the other dragon's energy, but the bloodstone magic from Balthazar. The fault of this disaster came back to the commander and their choice to stop Balthazar from killing Kraukatorrik when he was weaker. The effects of that decision come all the way down to this moment and begs the question if there was a better way to solve the Balthazar problem. It was ballsy for ArenaNet to take the story in this direction, and it paid off. For the time at least. Before we begin episode 6, I'd like to include the trailer for the next episode, as the time between the two episodes isn't conveyed too well in game.
In the book of Balthazar is written, war is life, and life is brief. Death comes. But death's not death that breathes life into others. And life's not life that never dares to risk. The world is loss and grief, and faith, and hope. Then take heart and rejoin the war eternal. For it may be that death is not the end, but possibly the end of the beginning.
Episode 6 begins with us making funerary preparations for Irene.
Commander, we're here to pay our final respects. We've been singing to her since before she was born. It seems only fitting we sing for her one last time as we prepare for the end of all things.
You made it!
Oh, thank you. It's so hard to...
We'll get through this. Together.
I don't see how. Kraukatork is in the mist, devouring everything he can. He won.
Gorik!
He's right.
We failed. Again.
The commander will figure something out. Always does.
No, Ram. Not this time. It's over. Kaith and I will tend to Irene. The rest of you, you should be with the ones you love.
We are.
Yeah, we are.
What they said.
Whatever time we have left, it's a gift. Irene gave it to us.
Does that even matter?
It matters. Please. I can't look at her like this anymore.
Let's get these crystals off her.
We can weaken the brand. It would be an honor.
What is that?
I don't know. But I feel... something.
We feel it too.
Yes. Yes. It's like...
an echo.
Impossible.
Your flowers.
Everyone, stand back!
What is this? What are you doing?
Commander, what's happening?
She's glowing?
My champion.
How?
Scion speaks.
Eating a lich has its advantages.
Oh! Alchemy! Dragons eat magic!
Praise Choco!
So Aurene is back alive. Most of the community wasn't sure how to take this. The sudden whiplash from the tragedy of her death last episode to her immediately being back alive was certainly odd, but I can't argue with the reasoning. Joko could bring himself back to life, and Aurene ate him and his magic. There's precedent that dragons can absorb and use the magic of others in the world, so yes, Aurene does have the magic to self-resurrect. The problem then perhaps comes in its delivery. Last episode dove deep into the tragic cliffhanger of her being dead when that wasn't the case. So the obvious solution would be to remove the cliffhanger from the last episode, but that sudden end was what made the last episode perfect. Essentially, you could give episode 5 a 10 out of 10, but its presence mars this episode. Do you ruin a perfect piece of art to improve the overall art around it? A philosophical writing question that you can have a think about. But for now, let's get back to the episode. We jump straight back into the action. Aurene tells us to get onto her back and fly with her into the mists in pursuit of the injured Kraukatorrik. Okay, a few things here. Firstly, you would have heard her speak in the clip before. Now it's time to address it. Aurene can speak now. There's no reason given for it and the characters just go with it. It's not completely out of the blue since Glint speaks to us through her memory shards, but it begs the question why Case was brought in to be the voice of Aurene just one episode ago. From memory, this was a practical decision behind the scenes. They needed Aurene to speak to us at times where Case couldn't be around. For instance, now when we're riding on her back, so the change was made. Unfortunately, this does add another jarring change to the beginning of the episode after the previous one. As for the second issue, how do we stand a chance with just Aurene fighting him? There is a way to make this make sense, and that is if this scene takes place right after the battle when he was gravely wounded. As we fly into the mists, it appears that it is right after.
He's still bleeding badly. We almost killed him in the keep.
Almost.
However, this can't be the case. The episode opens with Case asking us to come back to Thunderhead Keep. Commander says they're wandering around the world, feeling like they need to inform the leaders of Aurene's death. You can see that time has passed in the cavern based on the tents and items laying around. If that long had passed, he wouldn't still be freshly bleeding. There seems to be an inconsistency between the two scenes. However, for the sake of it making sense, let's assume that it does take place right after. We follow him through the mists while Aurene keeps pelting him with magic. Finally, she shoots a large wound on his wing, severing it from his body. She opens a portal underneath him so that he falls back into Tyria. A number of islands from the mists crash down with him, and our new staging ground for the final battle is formed. While he's pinned and too weak under the islands, we quickly work to craft new Dragon's Blood spears from his bleeding wing to kill him once and for all. Once we have it, we head down into a cave to find him draining energy from a ley line. We cut it off and head down his throat to find his heart. Kraukatorrik speaks to Aurene, and we learn that the various types of magic within him are slowly tearing his mind apart.
Your first words, I heard them.
I'm not you.
But you are of me. And soon, I will be of you.
I'm sorry. It has to be this way, Grandfather.
Child of my child, I only hope that you never have to kill what you love. Now, mortal, return my blood to my heart.
Aurene?
Do it.
My grandfather's prophecy is fulfilled. My mother's legacy is complete. I can't explain what's about to happen, Champion. but I want to share it with you. All of you.
So the season ends with the death of Kralkatorrik and Aurene ascending to become an Elder Dragon herself. We get a nice montage of her growth from egg to adolescent to remind us how long her story stretches back. The story of her egg was all the way back in Season 2, many years ago. This was a great season and one that I would point to for the best example of what Guild Wars 2 can do with its story. We had two great villains showcased while the plot kept itself mostly grounded in what we knew and could be justified. Big threats were treated as such. We didn't rush blindly in to fight Kralkatorrik, we spent the whole season recruiting allies to aid us. The character mistakes from Season 3 were repaired, and we gained Gorik as a permanent member while Blish made a lasting impact while he was here. Even characters like Zafira, the priestess, who appeared briefly and is mostly absent after this, came in with such great character work that let you know exactly how the progressing story had affected them. This season also didn't ignore what came before, as the events of Path of Fire were the inciting incident for many plots here. If all of Guild Wars 2 was Season 4, then this video wouldn't need to be made. But unfortunately it's not, and it's all downhill from here. Usually Guild Wars 2 runs in a pattern of a Living World season followed by an expansion. The Living World seasons either provide an epilogue to the story from the expansion, or serve as a lead into the next expansion. However, after Season 4, ArenaNet decided to go straight back into another season. In fact, they claimed that it was more than a season. They called it the Icebrood Saga, a mix between Living World and a full expansion as they wanted to get away from the expansion model. Since this video was a critique of the Ender Dragon's expansion storyline, I'm sure you can guess how long they stuck by that idea. And looking back after the fact, the Icebrood Saga didn't fulfill its claim to be greater than a Living World. It ended at roughly the same lengths as any other season, and as for the story, well, let's get into it. Season 5, as I'll call it for now, opens with a message for us to come to the Char homelands for a celebration of Kralkatorrik's death. We head there and are introduced to a number of new characters. Ritlock's old love interest, Krisha, their son, Ryland, and the leader of the Blood Legion, Bangar Ruinbringer. Bangar opens the celebrations with a gladiatorial match against a Branded to mark the victory over the dragon. However, the kill is stolen by Aurene, flying over and branding the minion.
How's that for spectacle, friends? Little surprise from the Pact Commander and yours truly to kick off the celebrations.
Bangar talks to us after, and the tension is already set.
Didn't think you'd point your heaviest artillery at us, though. Not very politic, is it?
While there's a lot to criticise about Season 5, there are some great moments hidden amongst it, this being one of them. There was some care to the world building of Aurene's ascendants. The characters in the world of Tyria had been dealing with almost constant destruction from the dragons up until now. Suddenly we show up with what we claim is a good dragon, and her first act in front of Bangar is an uncontrolled and perceivably hostile action. Bangar is right not to trust us. Bram heads off with Ryland to drink with the celebrations while we meet with the leaders of each legion. Bram ends up getting himself so drunk that we have to pick him up from the brig.
Where's my bow?
Everything you had on you is in that bin. Nothing more, nothing less.
You sure? You didn't see a big curved thing with arrows?
I know what a bow is.
We join Rytlock as he goes to meet with Banger.
Hearing some old growls and young voices out there, sir.
We're concerned.
Not your problem. Or his anymore.
They're excited. That speech really riled them up.
Then it's doing its job. If it's not an Elder Dragon, it's something else. Ghosts. Human separatists. You're too young to remember, but our allies used to hunt us like animals, trimmed armor with our fur, wore our horns on helmets.
That was a long time ago.
Easy for you to say. With an Elder Dragon at your command, who would stand against you?
To throw some more praise onto Bangar's introduction, at the end of the episode we learned that he had been planning something right under our nose this whole time. However, Kazmir's absence here isn't as damaging as it has been in the past. Bangar isn't technically being deceptive, he's spelling it out to the commander, but with a threatening air that comes off more as showboating than anything real.
I gotta know, which one's harder for you to keep in line? Rytlock or the dragon? You can show yourself out.
But by the end of the episode, Bangar's plan is finally discovered once it's already in action.
Commander, Runebringer is on the move. Malice's spies say he slipped away, headed for the mountains west of the Blood Keep. Looks like several dozen warbands have done the same.
We follow him with Rytlock and Kreesha and find him giving a speech to his army about going after Jormag.
There's a whole world out there that wants to keep us down. You know what they have on their side? An Elder Dragon. There's Ryland.
And Bram's bow.
I know this much. Let him hold the upper hand. Sooner or later, they'll play it. You willing to let that happen? You want someone else to dictate our future? Then it's time to even the odds. Let's go get ourselves a dragon!
We're cut off from him by the blizzard, so we retreat back down the mountain. This episode was called the prologue for the saga, so the next episode will be episode 1. It begins with a cryptic message from Almora asking for us to come into the mountains. This is where the good pace of season 5 is immediately broken. Why did we just give up going after Banger? Our plan was to pursue him and we were interrupted by the blizzard, but after that we apparently just hung out down here, as the Vigil had time to bring their army into the mountains and set up a base in the intervening time, while Almora headed into the mountains in our place. We travel there and find the keep abandoned. Bram tells us that this was where he and his guild stayed when they were hunting Jormag off screen. Once again, the remnants of season 3 rear their head and remind us of what could have been. The entire story of Bram heading north with his guild wasn't explored, so we could instead join a secret society that you may have noticed has never been mentioned again. We find the bodies of Bram's guildmates piled up in the barracks.
Come closer.
Who's there?
Commander? You okay?
I must be hearing things.
And Jormag begins to whisper to us. We follow the trail leading from the keep and find Jarvi tied up by the Sphania. After rescuing her, we search for Almora, only to find her dead. With Almora's Ravenlings, we head to the Raven Sanctum to hunt down Jormag's Freyr. We kill him and are directly greeted by Jormag.
Champion, it's time I treat you with the respect you deserve. Speak face to face.
That voice.
The air is thick with change. I feel it, even as I dream beneath the ice.
Jormag.
You feel me as you feared Kralkatorrik. That is natural. But ice fortifies. Ice protects. All this war, all this pain, Orin wants to end it. And I can help her. I want to help her. Terrible things lurk just beyond the horizon. But you can bring eternal peace to our world. In time, you'll realize you made me. And when you do, I'll be waiting.
Commander, about what Jormag said. We're not gonna take it seriously, right?
Right.
So, Jormag is still in control of herself unlike Kraukatorrik, and she seems to want peace with Aurene. Interesting. This has the foundation to make for a compelling season. Let's see what can go wrong. The next episode mostly meanders about with busy work until the end. Bram contacts the Lost Spirits, and we inflict damage to the Svanir to try and draw out Drakkar, Jormag's champion. We go to fight it, only to have Rytlock and Krisha fall to Jormag's whispers. After fighting them back, we kill Drakkar, and Jormag once more appears to talk with us. She appears as a strange avatar of her whispers. I enjoyed the way she spoke through her minion's corpse last time. It was perfectly creepy for this setting with whispers in the frigid north. This shadowy creature doesn't have the same spectacle. Why not speak through Drakkar's corpse right here? It would certainly be fitting. After a short negotiation, we fight her avatar, only to be interrupted by Bangar and Ryland's arrival. For a moment it looks like we may be able to form an alliance of convenience to take on Jormag, but Bangar shoots an arrow into us instead.
No! What have you done?
Get up. Come on.
You should understand, Commander, better than anyone.
Commander, listen to me. Focus.
Good working, Kree. It was always gonna end this way. One char, one dragon, one champion.
Ryland!
Rytlock, the commander! Help me! Lift! We need to get out of here!
Let's break this scene down. It's 4 vs 2 in this scenario, including Rytlock's god-killing sword and Krisha's magic. Bangar's decision to attack here without backup is foolish, especially when the only magical weapon he has requires time to aim and loose. That one shot he got off would be all he could manage before being rushed by the rest.
No! What have you done?
Get up. Come on.
Oh, but no one rushes him. They all come to the aid of the commander as if there isn't a hostile target right in front of them. It's only later that Bram attacks him. So let's take on the argument that both Krisha and Rytlock are still loyal to Bangar.
I am Jormag's champion now. I, alone, can control the dragon.
He just announced his intention to give allegiance to Jormag. Plus Rytlock has already shown hostility toward Bangar in less confrontational situations. Krisha's harder to gauge here, but Bram should have been right into him. He stole his mother's bow after all. However, not even Bram acts until Bangar knocks another arrow to fire at us. It's absurd that everyone's just standing around while Bangar attempts to slowly pick everyone off one by one. I believe that this scene exists to try and recreate the tension in Path of Fire when Balthazar killed us, both as a cinematic moment for the end of the episode and also to try and bolster Bangar up as a dangerous foe. But both are pale imitations of the Balthazar scene. When Balthazar killed us, he could walk away because we were dead and alone. Here, everyone has to become pacifists in the moment to allow him to escape. The group carries us to the Eye of the North, where Aurene has taken up residence. She heals us and informs the group that she won't be intervening in this season. Convenient. We discuss the outcome with our allies and conclude that we will wait to see what Bangar does next. Very proactive of the commander. He almost killed us in a backstabbing manner, and we still aren't actively trying to stop him. This season seems to be at odds with what the commander wants. We express a desire to stop Bangar, but the act of tracking him down is never the inciting incident of each episode. At most, it's just a mention on the side that Rytlock and Krisha are tracking him. And that continues into the next episode. It opens with Rytlock contacting us on comms to talk about the war with Bangar's army. Once again, major things happen off screen and we are left to infer what's happened. At the end of the last episode, I asked why the writers were treating the act of tracking down Bangar so lightly, and now they've overcorrected in the opposite direction. Or perhaps this is why the commander wasn't interested. It gave time for the pieces to be set. After we woke up last episode, Rytlock talked about the potential of a civil war if Bangar took action. It appears in between these episodes he did just that and we didn't do anything to stop him. A war broke out and we didn't do anything about it.
Rytlock, how long since you've been on the front?
Yeah, not for a couple of weeks. Krisha's had me doing some recon through the homelands.
And yes, the war hasn't just started. It's been going on for a while. Even worse, our party has fought in the war, but we haven't. For weeks too. What have we been doing all this time? And this is the very first mission that leads us to the new map, so it's not like we're expected to do some meta events first and engage in the war that way. We have to do this mission first and be told that the war is going on without us before we can join. Only now that Ryland wants to parley after weeks of fighting are we heading out to the front lines. So the story is starting to come off the rails. The writers are either rushing through plot points to reach a conclusion, or they don't know what the focus of the story is in this season. First it was Bangar, then Jormag, now it's the Char Civil War. Worse still, the war is filler for this story. Barely anything gets pushed forward in the main story during it. The season could dedicate episodes to these points, but the connective tissue needs to be stronger than this. Nothing in episode 1 or 2 directly caused the Civil War. The closest connection is the prologue, so why wasn't the Civil War ongoing from that point? We open with the parley with Ryland, which of course ends in nothing being resolved. We are sent out to start fighting in the war, and over the course of the episode, a shift in Smodar's character becomes apparent. He's far more villainous now.
Smodar, you said they'd stop these until the outcome of the parley. Mercy!
Char above fire!
What the hell? Smodar's standard operating procedure for dealing with his Iron Legion defectors.
We only got a brief look into Smodar during the base game and Season 2, not quite enough to see how he would act during wartime, though despite that he's all but looking at the camera and telling us point blank that he's a villain now.
It needs some assurances.
Don't need traitors.
The best I can infer here is that the writers wanted to set up a morally grey war where neither side was good, but none of the missions facilitate that. There's no sympathetic character in Bangar's army, no scenes where we meet with a defector in secret. Instead, Smodar's character is just slowly eroded away over the course of the episode until no one should care about him anymore. And to jump ahead slightly, no, nothing comes from this. He isn't shoddily set up to be the next arc's villain, he's just shoddily handled. We get a mission to drop a grenade into a supply bunker.
That was more than just a grenade.
Once we enter the bunker, we find that Smodar lied to us.
Smodar, the supply depot was fully staffed.
Yes, people are a resource. You bastard.
We check the bodies and Ritlock finds something interesting.
This won't either. I recognize her. She's one of Malice's personal guards. And she's carrying the Ash Imperator's sigil.
Is that an order to defect? Could Malice be playing both sides?
She's Ash. We've got to warn Kree.
It had been a while since I last played this part of the story, so I'd forgotten some of the minor details. I wrote down in my notes that Smodar had us bomb our own men to make him more villainous. However, I realised later in the story that I'd been wrong about that. They were enemy forces after all, so I now have a question. Is it normal for the Char under Bangar to keep their old Legion insignias? If so, then there wasn't anything strange for Ritlock to notice. However...
Malice, what about your agents in Dominion?
How did you...
You're the Ash Imperator.
I sent double agents to get eyes on Bangar. They will get us the intel we need to stop him. Give them time.
Why would someone undercover keep an insignia that immediately exposes them if found? It was such a stupid premise that I initially assumed that it had to mean that Smodar bombed his own men. It only exists here to communicate the fact to the audience in a ham-fisted way. Moving on, the episode ends with another parley with Ryland.
Show of faith. Let Cinder walk out of here with me.
I need some assurances.
Ryland flees back into the battlefield. We follow and are greeted with the reveal of the episode. Bangar has begun turning its soldiers over to Jormag. The next episode once more focuses on the war, and I'm going to skip over most of it. Bangar, Ryland, and none of Jormag's minions show up until the last mission. It's mostly busy work. However, one thing does happen before we get to the final mission.
What? Ryland, we've got every exit covered. Drop your weapons.
You drop yours.
This isn't a negotiation.
And that's it. He's dead. ArenaNet just wanted to drag his character through the mud last episode before killing him. For those who don't play Guild Wars 2, let me emphasise that Smodar was one of the 5 racial leaders in the game. If you picked the Char, this guy was your leader. In terms of the lore, he led the Iron Legion, one of the least bloodthirsty legions among the Char. Smoder came to the summit about Mordremoth back in Season 2 to give aid to the Pact efforts. Before the game even began, he created the Ebonhawk Treaty to end the conflict between humans and Char in Ascalon. The writers took a peaceful character and made him a war criminal, and then killed him unceremoniously. Why? We never get an answer, just character assassination. But now for the end of the episode. We charge into Bangar's keep and confront him.
I'll be alright. Soon.
Nice try.
What are you doing to the spirits of the wild?
What Jormag did to Drakkar. Use its power to control the uncontrollable. Elder dragons want only magic. And spirits say nothing else. So, I'll convince them to share it.
He's absorbing power from the spirits!
Then let's cut him off.
You can't stop this. Jormag will wake up.
After a short fight, Ryland appears. This is where things get confusing. Ryland accuses Bangar of wanting to attack the dragon with the bow.
No. The bow! First you told me the bow was to rally the Char. You said you would never use it on Jormag. The bow is leverage, nothing more. Now you want to corrupt the Norn spirits, to wield their power against Jormag. Seems you need a lot of leverage.
Hold on, I had to redraft my notes here several times just to get everything straight. First things first, Ryland is appalled at the idea of using the bow to attack the dragon.
Time to kill ourselves a dragon champion.
No! Fall back!
We have our orders. Don't give it a chance to recover. Everyone, claws out! Rip that damn thing apart!
Don't worry. We will all talk to each other again soon.
Drakkar's death at my hands sends them all a message. I am Jormag's champion now. I, alone, can control the dragon. My Imperator gave us an order. Will you follow it?
He sure looked okay with the idea when we last saw him. Bangar directly shot the avatar of Jormag. She was speaking when he shot her. For him to now be opposed to it feels like a 180 in his character.
You told me the bow was to rally the Char.
Why would it rally the Char? It has value among the Norn as the bow that chips Jormag's tooth. To the Char, it's just a weapon strong enough to break Jormag. The only value it should have to Ryland is as a weapon. So why is he surprised that Bangar is going to use it as a weapon? Does he just really care about Norn traditions? We don't know, because the whole story between him and Bangar has happened off screen, and we're just expected to adapt to this sudden mutiny in the enemy ranks. Last time we saw them both, they were attacking Jormag together. However, the second issue with this scene is why Ryland is angry with Bangar.
You told me the bow was to rally the Char. You said you would never use it on Jormag. The bow is leverage, nothing more. Now you want to corrupt the Norn spirits, to wield their power against Jormag. Seems you need a lot of leverage.
No! Come on, we need to free them!
What do you think you're doing, Tribune? Waking up our dragon. It's not our dragon.
Ryland, you have to stop!
We interrupted Bangar during a ritual to wake the dragon. Ryland then comes in accusing him of not wanting to wake the dragon and takes over the ritual. The revision in my notes came from trying to work out what side they were on. They both want to wake the dragon but disagree on how to do it. This once more goes back to my point that they have had a whole story off screen that we're now catching up on. The writers know their new positions, but they haven't explained it to the player. Either way, Ryland takes control of the Norn spirits to attack Bangar. Graham tells us to free them. We do so, and then Bangar is targetable but Ryland isn't. They should both be hostile. Why are we helping Ryland just after cutting him off from the spirits? They're both going to wake Jormag, but we're only trying to stop Bangar.
It's time!
Commander?
We're too late.
You thought you had a chance? You thought you could kill Bangar Ruinbringer? No! Jormag,
champion awaits.
Champion? Well, you did gather my army. And so you will be rewarded. Rise, voice of Jormag.
Voice of Jor... Jormag, I am
Ryland Steelcatcher. I know you. A born leader who's waited your whole life for a role worthy of your talents.
Yes.
Your sire's ferocity, your dam's discipline, and all that rage seething under the surface.
Yes.
Yes. I see you, Ryland, and what you've wanted all along.
I want to be your champion.
Then rise, champion of Jormag.
Ryland!
What have you become? Come, champion. Now that I'm awake, things are set in motion. To the rest of you, I leave this gift. My voice. I told you we'd all talk to each other again soon. I look forward to our conversations.
We bring Banger back to the Eye of the North and lock him in a cage. Between this episode and the next, he has some dialogue with some characters, but besides that, whatever they had planned for his character was scrapped. This is the end of his involvement in the story. From this point forward, he's just a mouthpiece for Jormag. So let's have a look back at Banger Ruinbringer. He had a great entrance in the prologue. A villain who seems all too aware of everything going on around them makes for an engaging one. His history with Rytlock and attitude toward the Commander and Aurene was the perfect setup for what could have been a great antagonist for this season, but that didn't happen. He only appears for 3 interspersed episodes in this whole season, notably missing from the first episode after the prologue, a time where the writers should have been going deeper into his antagonist persona after its reveal at the end of the prologue. He makes a brief appearance in episode 2, only to have the characters around us not treat him with any concern, showing that the story didn't even know how he should be treated. To compare, we were ready to fight every time we ran into Balthazar or Joko, because the writers knew their role and their end. He's completely absent from episode 3 despite leading the war, and only shows up at the end of episode 4 in a role unrelated to the war, to be made a slave by the dragon and have his legion taken by his apprentice. There was some real wasted potential with Banger, and equally so with the war. The war only lasted 2 episodes. That's not enough time to make it feel like it had any impact. And much like it starting off-screen, it will end off-screen too. We won't hear anything about it going forward. It's like it never happened. But back to the story. Things are starting to ramp up now, so would it surprise you to learn that there's only 1 episode left? It surprised the community when it was announced. Behind the scenes, ArenaNet shifted their developers away from Season 5 and onto the development of a suddenly announced expansion. Sounds very similar to the development of a terrible episode in Season 3, doesn't it? The Icebrood Saga's split from the expansion model didn't last long. Since the plot of Ender Dragons was likely set, and required the rest of the dragons to be dead, that left a lot of story that needed to be condensed by developers who didn't have enough manpower to accomplish that. Honestly, the dragon response missions were a fair solution to their predicament. This final episode would only include small instance missions on past maps, saving the development time needed to make new maps. However, even under this efficient development strategy, there was still far too much story left to include, so a lot of it ends up being rushed. I did say before that all of the dragons, bar 1, needed to be dead for the end of Dragon's story, and those paying attention may realise that only 3 are dead so far, and we're currently facing off against Jormag. So where's Primordus? Oh, you're in for a treat. Lastly, before we begin, this final episode was drip-fed to us over half a year to try and alleviate the content drought before the expansion. This stretched out delivery didn't help the impression this episode left on the community. So as mentioned, in the interim, Banger began to talk in his cage. This episode opens with us meeting back up with Rytlock and Bram in Aureen's chamber. Rytlock tells us that the opposing army of Char have given up and gone home after the last episode.
Yeah, he's been helping us clean up the last of the Dominion.
They've gone pretty quiet.
Word got around about Bangar. They mostly fell apart. The ones who didn't, well, Imperator Stoneglow's no pushover.
Not completely unbelievable given that their leaders gave themselves over to Jormag. Those who would be on board with that would have headed to the dragon, those who weren't would have fled. However, it is awfully convenient to have the war wrapped up in a nice little off-screen bow. Then something else off-screen is dropped on us.
My friends, you felt it too. The stirrings deep beneath us.
Earthquakes erupting all over Tyria.
So the Crystal Bloom have told me.
Jormag.
I don't believe it is. But something is moving. Something's coming.
Already we start to see the results of the story being condensed. We can speculate that the Icebrood saga would have spent the first half on Jormag, as we mostly witnessed. Then we would have spent an equal amount of time setting up Prime Mortis. However, there's no longer any time left to do that, so Aureen instead alludes to something that the player hasn't seen but the commander reassures us we have. Would it have been so hard to go back and add some earthquakes to the previous episode's story missions to make this feel more fluid? This also poses the question, if Prime Mortis is moving around underground enough to cause earthquakes, does that mean he's awake? Back in Season 3, Timey had monitoring devices set up to detect both his and Jormag's status. Timey hasn't said anything about Prime Mortis' status, but this is a lot of activity for being dormant.
My brother is incapable of subtlety. He stirs, and when he awakens, oh, it will not be with the same grace as I.
So he is still asleep. The dragons can influence the world without being awake, mainly through their minions, but these earthquakes imply a little too much activity for being asleep. The last time he moved to the Fire Island chain, it was enough to trip Timey's trackers. Bram then asks a good question about Bangar's presence in this meeting.
Cage is awful close. They can't hear us, can they?
They can't hear anything in my presence, unless I allow it.
That's awfully convenient. We head to Radasum to meet with Timey. There we find that Ryland has been let into the city at the request of the Asuran High Council. The Asura have an interest in seeing Prime Mortis defeated, and want to get as much information from Ryland as they can. This is honestly an interesting direction for the story, but once again comes with no setup due to the squeeze. It also begs the question of how they even contacted him. Did they speak through Bangar behind our backs? Aureen didn't tell us about that. The commander is once again left to question events that have taken place off screen and without their knowledge. For much of Season 5, and in particular this episode, it feels like the commander is playing catch up to the moving pieces of the world, rather than being at the forefront of their development. We meet up with Timey and she goes over the earthquake readings. One is detected under Radasum and we have to fight off destroyers. Afterward, Ryland lets us know that Jormag is still interested in working with us to fight Prime Mortis. This offer doesn't quite have the weight of the first one back in Episode 1. After seeing what Jormag did to Ryland and Bangar, and the ramping up of the action in this episode, it's hard to believe that there's any chance of the commander taking the offer. We also aren't in as much of a vulnerable position as we were back in Episode 1. It hit back in Episode 1 because we weren't sure where the writers would take the story given the apprehension around killing an Elder Dragon. The prospect of allying with her to avoid the need to kill her seemed possible, and the commander's doubt made it even more so. However, there's no chance of that happening now. Ryland's words just pay lip service to that story idea. We then begin a series of dragon response missions, where we head to a map and kill a bunch of minions. I will skip through these, only highlighting the relevant story bits. Our first map involves Timey and Bram discussing which dragon is more of a threat. Timey is following along with the Asuran attitude that Jormag can help them kill Prime Mortis, while Bram tries to reiterate that Jormag still can't be trusted. Next we see Ryland join Case in the Brisbane Wildlands. Here we get a chance to talk to Ryland properly, and something about his lines feels off.
You've been the dragon champion for a while, Commander. Sharing the spotlight, that's gotta chafe.
His lines feel like they were written for Bangar's sass. We barely spoke with Ryland before this. He was off with Bram while we had meetings with Bangar. Then when we saw him next, he was Bangar's right-hand man, and Bangar stole the spotlight with his charisma. Now Bangar is cut from the story and Ryland is left to fill his shoes. I complimented how Bangar made a good antagonist for the season, given how much he understood about the world and his smug indifference for the commander. However, once he's out, the writers can't keep that going. Yet it seems like they tried to by giving Ryland the same lines here. It makes me question if the original idea was to make Bangar the champion, but it was decided to subvert the player's expectations by having Jormag choose Ryland instead. I could see the argument for either side. Bangar provided a charismatic champion to match Jormag's charisma, while Ryland provides the connection to Rytlock and Kreesha. Skipping ahead, back in Aureen's chambers, Rytlock finally points out the elephant in the room by asking if we'll be killing any Icebrood at all.
Hey, Commander, you sure we're not punching Frost Legion?
Not unless they do something that crosses the line again. Not to mention the destroyers are getting worse.
To which the commander answers no. This is presumably a consequence of the story squish, but even I'm not sure. If the story had its full lengths, what would have happened with the Icebrood when the writers were introducing the Primordus storyline? We just saw Jormag take over Bangar's army and many of his Char become Icebrood. The situation up north is worse than it was before, and yet we're just going to ignore that? Why? The more we ignore Jormag, the stronger she gets. This very concern was used as a tension building point just one episode ago.
Every second we stand here, more Frost Legion enter the field.
By giving such apathy towards Jormag's forces, there's no point to Ryland even posing the question of us joining him. Our current position is effectively the same as if we accepted, but the commander didn't accept. Aureen and Jormag talk, and Jormag asks Aureen to help her in the fight against Primordus.
Aureen, if there's no other option, will you act? Kill Primordus, or Jormag if it comes to it.
I won't need to. There can be no balance if I get involved. Trust me, champion. There will be another way.
If you're a writer yourself, or are just narratively minded, you may have been wondering how the story would work now with an overpowered dragon on the side of the commander. This is how. She'll just refuse to fight. However, her presence in the prologue was far better. I complimented the prologue at the time, but now you can see how it was leagues better in terms of writing from the end of the season. Aureen wasn't a force behind us. She did her own thing, cleansing the world in the aftermath of Kralkatorrik's fall. Yet characters like Bangar had the impression that she was working with us, which created tension in the story. It was the perfect way to use Aureen, yet the writers did away with that quickly and brought Aureen so much into the story that they now have to excuse why she isn't doing anything. Skipping ahead again, we go to meet with the Arcane Council after doing a few more Dragon Response missions. There we find Taimi and Gorik meeting with Ryland again. Taimi tells us that Primordus is much stronger than Jormag, which, given that they are the weakness to the other, throws a balance between the two off.
With Ryland's help, we've identified and measured the Ice Dragon's cumulative power versus that of the Fire Dragon.
Jormag and Primordus are polar opposites. The scales should be level, but they're not. Not anymore. Fire is winning.
Now this just raises questions. How is Primordus stronger than Jormag? Gorik offers an explanation.
That link we discovered between the Destroyers and Primordus? A feedback loop, amplified by Kralk's death.
Destroyers burn more, Primordus gets stronger, Destroyers get more rabid. The effect is exponential.
This isn't enough for me. Primordus gets stronger because of fire burning things. So what happened during Balthazar's rampage? There was a lot of fire there. But does Jormag get stronger from frost? Since she's the opposite of Primordus, it would seem reasonable. The far northern Shiver Peaks have been getting colder. So cold, in fact, that there's a frostbite mechanic in Bjora Marches. Jormag's minions freeze things, which makes the area colder, which powers her up to make her minions stronger in the same kind of feedback loop. With that in mind, we've just seen Jormag collecting more minions after Bangar delivered his army to her, on top of her being awake while Primordus is still asleep. And on top of that, these past several Dragon Response missions have all been against destroyers. We've been killing the dormant dragon's minions while we leave the awake dragon alone to build her forces, and you want me to believe that Primordus is the overpowered one right now? This isn't a long-term thing either. It's not like Primordus has always had the advantage by keeping his forces out of reach in the core of Tyria. Taimi specifies this spike in power has only occurred after Kralkatorik was killed last season. Let's also ask further questions about how Kralkatorik's death caused this, as Aureen was there to absorb all of his magic. She absorbed so much that she ascended to an Elder Dragon. What magic seeped away? We saw none. However, despite this tell-don't-show narrative begging questions, it does answer one: why we were fighting Primordus' minions over Jormag's this whole time. Here's the reason, delivered a bit too late. Primordus is stronger, so we deal with his minions to cut him down to size. Fair enough. We then head off to our next Dragon Response mission in Lake Doric.
What happened?
1 minute it's balmy, the next everything's freezing over, people included.
So, just after telling us that Primordus is overpowered and Jormag is too weak to stand against him, we're now going to be culling her minions? And most of the Dragon response missions after this are against Jormag. How does that make any sense? We could assume that Taimi and Gorek telling us about the power balance was to justify the mission's focus, but this is completely backwards. I'm not sure if this is an error in development or what, but we should have fought Jormag's minions for the first few missions, then switched to Primordus after Taimi told us the balance had shifted too far in one direction. If Taimi is correct, then we're making the situation worse. However, let's ignore that quote from Taimi and the idea that fighting here is a stupid idea, because not fighting Jormag up until now was the stupid idea that led to this situation.
That's enough. I've seen what I needed to.
This was your experiment? You're supposed to be fighting for our world.
Destroyers can't burn Jormag's frozen. This is how we destroy Primordus. Get your priorities in order.
What's wrong with you? These aren't fighters, they're farmers! You're cutting down innocent people!
They're not dead. One day, long after you've lived and died, they'll thaw. And I'll be there to lead them.
This is what happens when you turn your back on an Elder Dragon and let her run rampant. Any deaths caused by this, the disruption to the frozen people's lives, and any supply chains or manpower connected to them is on the commander. Nothing changed with Jormag. She was still the same threat she was before, but the riders needed the commander to act dumb in order to rapidly set up Primordus.
Hey, Commander, you sure we're not punching Frost Legion?
Not unless they do something that crosses the line again.
So we fight Icebrood a bit before heading back to Aurene, or at least where Aurene should be. She seems to be bugged during many of these missions, disappearing completely from the chamber. The bug was fixed after I recorded the footage though. She has a chat with Jormag again.
The balance will kill us all!
Taimi then tells us that the balance of power has shifted and Jormag has grown stronger.
And it's working. Based on both dragons' energy readings, the balance of power is definitely shifting. The council? We got what we wanted.
How? We just spent the last couple of Dragon response missions killing Icebrood while ignoring destroyers to their own destruction, and you're telling me that Primordus got weaker while Jormag got stronger? How? Gorek explained that destroyers burning created a feedback loop to empower Primordus. That presumably is still in effect, right? He's free to start as many fires as he wants while we're dealing with Jormag, and yet he's gotten weaker? This is so stupid we can only conclude that the commander killing minions is a thing empowering their dragons. Once again, I'm led to believe that the development of this episode was so messed up that they had the missions backwards. But let's ignore that for the moment and focus on the fact that we're having no effect on the power of the dragons. We can't control them. They rampage and gain power at their discretion, and we need to somehow contain them. We have no plan. No time has been spent going over research or Derman Priory documents to find ways to outplay the dragons. We have nothing and their power is reaching a crescendo. Now is the time to turn to Aurene and ask for help. She is the only hope we have to contain these dragons, as the commander is drooling in a puddle on the floor, unable to formulate any sort of plan other than hitting things.
I'll be there soon. Can't guarantee this'll end well, though.
And that is exactly what they choose to do. This commander isn't even in the same ballpark as the commander from Season 4. Now we're content with just cleaning up after the dragons. We head out to Caledon to fight the Icebrood and run into Canuck for the first time since Season 4. After the fight we can talk to him and ask about his winnings he made from betting on us back in Path of Fire in Season 4.
I made a lot of money off of your adventures. Allowed me to put some of my own plans in motion. Now I have promises to keep and schemes to complete.
But let's have a little fun and try to poke holes in even this. The returns from his bet were huge. Big enough to possibly bankrupt the Amnoon Casino. Not to mention, it's such a broad bet the bookie could try and weasel their way out of paying by citing the ridiculous nature of the bet. Oh hang on, there's another dialogue option here.
I had to go collect my winnings from every major city across Ilona and Tyria. Imagine their surprise when I showed up with the news that Kraukatorek was dead. Relief, joy. Uh-oh. It's good I had a little muscle to back up my claims.
So yes, I picked this little side detail to make a point. Canuck hired some muscle to make sure the bookie didn't weasel out of paying up. Something that simple solves so much. That's the kind of writing I want. A writer should look at the premise they are writing. In this case, Canuck is going to collect his large sum of winnings, and then think of what could go wrong. What could cause issue with this plot? In large cases, what are the plot holes? You then fix them. If Canuck's claim is so wild that the bookie might not pay, then he brings muscle to ensure he is paid. If you want us to believe that Primordus has grown stronger while being beaten back, then show us how that has happened in a logical way. I bring this up just to point out that Canuck's story here has more solid continuity with the previous season and more thought put into it than the rest of the plot. Canuck approached the situation with a plan and agency, the opposite of the commander this season. After Caledon, we head back to Aurene, who informs us that Bram came to see her. We peer into his memories and see what happened. Bram takes the Norn spirits of the wild to Draconis Mons, where Primordus is sleeping. Okay, so why did I harp on about Canuck's little tale having more thought put into it than the rest of the plot?
Great spirits, I am Bram, Norn of Prophecy. Please grant us passage to this most sacred of temples. Okay, so that was a long shot. I'll need more time to figure this out.
That happened just last episode. Bram tried to call the spirits to get into Jormaeg's keep and it failed. We had to find an alternate approach. The spirits of the wild aren't on speed dial. They don't just show up. They're part of Norn legend. Yet here Bram has not one, but all 4 spirits with him. How did he convince them all to follow him? Why did they all agree to such a dangerous mission when Owl, the former spirit of the wild, was nearly killed by Jormaeg? Yet again, this all happened off screen. On top of that, how did he get this close to Primordus alone? Every dragon we've fought so far, including Jormaeg, has kept a simple principle of escalating tension. The area around them is the most heavily guarded and corrupted. Zaitan in Ara, Mordremoth in Dragon's Stand, Kralkatorrik in the Brandstorm, and Jormaeg in the far northern Shiver Peaks. Bram has just walked straight up to the sleeping Primordus here, with seemingly no issue. Bram takes the spirits to Primordus with the intention of chaining them to him, so they can direct his wrath at Jormaeg rather than the towns being attacked. It's clunkily delivered, with no setup and a myriad of plot holes leading into it. But this is a fine plan, better than anything the commander has come up with. Outside of the fact that directing Primordus at Jormaeg would lead to 2 dead dragons. Oh, don't worry, I haven't forgotten, but the writers appear to have. We'll get to that soon. The spirits say he's rejecting their connection and they need an anchor. Bram suggests they connect to him and he becomes Primordus' champion. This is a bit of a leap. Bram was just whining about being the Norn of Prophecy.
Might ask makes to be the Norn of damn Prophecy.
Presumably, he didn't want to have such a key role in this fight, but now he chooses to insert himself right in the middle? More than that, he chooses to become a mindless slave to Primordus. With the former plan failing, I can give some leeway to Bram being desperate for another plan that doesn't waste the chance they have, but this feels like a bridge too far. We just witnessed Bangar try to become Jormaeg's champion and be rejected and made a lesser minion. How does Bram know that won't happen here? Bram isn't that stupid. So Bram becomes Primordus' champion. Skipping ahead, we run into him later in Fireheart Rise. We fight our way through destroyers to find a single Icebrood champion out here. Where's the rest of his army? He seems to be here only for the purpose of giving Bram an Icebrood boss to fight. But then why not make this whole mission against Icebrood? Bram appears during the fight and joins us in fighting the Icebrood.
What's going on with him?
Bram! Bram, can you hear me? Do you under...
Hurt! Look out! No killing a big fire guy!
He's a threat! He's not an enemy!
Little fire guys are fair game!
We have to knock him back to his senses during the fight, proving that his choice was not a very smart one. Unlike Ryland, he seems less in control as one of Primordus' minions. Poor Bram. Once again he's made to do stupid things to progress the plot. The writers had to spend the time repairing his actions from Season 3 during Season 4. Now they'll have to dedicate time in Season 6 to excusing Bram's out-of-character actions here. We head back to meet with Aurene, and Asura tells us that Bram's involvement has powered Primordus up and brought the balance back toward equal. At least this one makes sense. Primordus got a champion, so he grew stronger. I still have no idea how the writers expect us to believe getting a champion made Jormaeg weaker. However, this is once again the writers telling rather than showing. I understand having limited resources with most of the developer team working on the expansion, but we could at least have a dragon response mission where we lose to convey this information better than a random Asura reading it off a script. Aurene begins to form a plan.
Our models revealed that elder dragons aren't just attracted to ley lines, they're literally magically connected to them.
Not a call or a scent, but as if it's actually pulling me toward it. I can tap into the ley line and cut Jormag and Primordus off from any magic not their own.
And why exactly haven't we done this before?
This is a final measure. There will be no second chances. Aurene, are you sure you wanna...
Get involved?
Ram walked willingly into fire. This is the least I can do.
There's a lot here. Firstly, we see the reason why they set up Aurene being able to cut off Jormag's hearing, given that we're planning how to trick Jormag right in front of Banger. Secondly, Aurene's sudden decision to get involved is conveniently timed. She cites Bram's action as her inspiration, but if that were the case, why didn't she help him instead of watching his plan fail? Nothing has changed in her original philosophy of keeping the balance. When she said that Primordus was far more powerful than Jormag, the Asura just said they're equal in power and she now wants to get involved? Given that we know that the two dragons need to be equal in power in order to kill each other, Aurene's choice to get involved now implies that she's fine with them killing each other. Aurene was just as invested in us preventing the magical apocalypse, so why is she so okay with killing two elder dragons now? It appears that the writers either forgot about that plot point, or are so invested in where the plot is going in the next expansion that they don't care anymore. Aurene's decision is influenced by the script here, rather than her in-world reasoning. Same goes for our whole guild, including the commander, who are now all suddenly okay with killing two elder dragons at once. Taimi should be the most outspoken about this, since she was the one who initially brought the instability up to the commander. Even if others such as Bram were so invested in killing Jormag that he disregarded the consequences, Taimi should be the one pushing back to keep the plot grounded in our understanding of the world. But let's drill into this plan now that it's the one we're going with. We're going to lure both dragons to one ley line. Aurene will cut them off from the magic and we'll let them duke it out until they kill each other. There's a lot wrong with this. Let's begin. Firstly, how are we luring them? We're not. I initially thought that Aurene was going to cut the dragons off from all ley lines except one, drawing them both toward it. This would have aligned with the Asura's exclamation of,
"And why exactly haven't we done this before?"
But talking to Gorik after confirms that the plan is to cut the dragons off when they get there. The in-game story journal also suggests that no direct involvement causes the dragons to choose to come to this ley line hub. It appears to just be coincidence. Perhaps it's better that it is coincidence, or I could go on a rant about Aurene letting them both feed and become stronger when she had the ability to cut their food off. Keeping them from tearing the world apart is far more balanced than letting them become overpowered. But without any character or the journal directly saying that's what she did, I can only conclude that the story is just streamlined to have them both show up at the same ley line. Now for problem 2. Why would Aurene cut their magic off once they were there? This is definitely the plan as Gorik confirms it, but why? When we fought Kraukatorrik, he drew power from the ley lines to heal his wounds. It almost seems like the writers for this season have copied this story beat without knowing why it was used before. The dragons aren't injured, they're at full power. On top of that, we want them at full power so they can destroy the other. Their magic is the weakness of the other. As we will see, this isn't going to be a drawn out fight that they can heal from. They just one-shot each other. Cutting off the ley lines does nothing to affect this fight. It's just a box the writers thought they had to check. Problems 3 has been set up by Jormag previously, but is brought up again by Gorik. Jormag doesn't want to fight. If she shows up and sees Primordus, she'll run away. How are we going to prevent her from doing that? Do we have a plan like we did with Kraukatorrik to blow up the mountainside and trap him under an avalanche once he's inside the cavern? We draw Jormag to a wide open area where she has every possible avenue to escape, yet no plan is discussed to keep her there. The writers have given up trying to justify things at this point, the plot just marches forward. Problem 4 is highlighted by Gorik again. What if one overpowers the other and kills them? Since they are the weakness of the other, this would cause a big problem. We'd have an overpowered dragon with no weaknesses. This is quite the stake to add tension to the upcoming battle, but it's only given this one line, tucked away in an optional dialogue tree with Gorik. And this is as much thought as the prospect is given. However, we know this won't happen on a meta level. It would take too much work for the writers to deal with the story in that circumstance, so they will take the easy route of them killing each other. I have no confidence in the writers at this point in Season 5, and neither should you. The conclusion is as paint by numbers as you can get. Anything that can go wrong is hurriedly brushed to the side and ignored. Now for the final mission. We arrive and begin fighting Ryland. Once he's beaten down, we fight Bram. Afterward, the two dragons appear, and Jormag announces that she will fight Primordus.
I've stayed my hand before, brother. No more! Today, I obliterate the balance that chains us together!
Now we don't have to deal with the issue of her running away. How convenient for the riders that she changed her mind right at this moment. We fight both champions once more before unleashing Aureen's power on them. What exactly is happening here? Let's have a look at the story journal to understand it. We redirect the flow of magic and somehow use it against them. Though the writers didn't even know what bullshit was happening here.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Somehow we used it against them? Come on, make up anything to justify it. The writers left behind to finish this story off sure did knock off early. I can only hope that the writing in End of Dragons was worth gutting Season 5 for. So we blast some more unknown anime bullshit at the dragons before Aureen pulls us back to let the dragons go at it.
Advance!
It's done, champion.
All done.
Yeah, and that's about what I expected from this current writing. They just explode into nothing, delete each other from existence. Anticlimactic is an understatement. Not only did Jormag go from being active to dead in one episode, Primordus was introduced and killed within the same episode, and as far as we know, he never woke up. Timey never told us that he did, and no characters even mentioned it. In fact, they specified that he was still asleep many times this episode.
My brother is incapable of subtlety. He stirs, and when he awakens, it will not be with the same grace as I.
The power readings aren't high enough to wake Primordus yet, if that's what you're asking.
Either Jormag was killed by a sleepwalking dragon, or the writers just forgot to tell us that he was awake. While we're on the topic of things the writers forgot, did you notice any other dragon magic in these minions?
Then we killed Mordremoth, and now Primordus has absorbed some of the death and plantiness. I think.
We've seen vine-touched destroyers before, and both Mordremoth and Zhaitan influenced Icebrood too. Yet they were missing from this entire season. We've only been fighting pure Icebrood and destroyers this whole time. Once again, the writers completely forgot their own lore. In this anticlimactic end to two dragons, the writers forgot to wake one of them, have their minions hold any magic from previous dragons, or have any ill effects from their deaths. What happened here? And why did they evaporate? We never saw what happened to Kraukatorik's corpse, but the Dermot Priory have a piece of Zhaitan's tail in their archives, and we saw Mordremoth's corpse after the meta event. Both left a corpse behind. They didn't explode into magic like these two did. It comes off as lazy to just completely remove them from the scene rather than showing their corpses. In the aftermath of the fight, we head down to look for survivors. We find Bram under some rubble, and he's okay. Of course he is. He somehow survived being at the epicenter of two dragons exploding. On top of that, his dragon corruption has fallen off him completely, leaving him without any trace of it ever having been there. His plot armor is thick. The commander for some reason applauds his choice to become Primordus' champion.
You did it, Bram.
How many did we lose?
A lot less than we would have if you hadn't done what you did.
Bram rampaged around as Primordus' champion, killing thousands of people. Even the story journal says the loss of life was incalculable. The writers of the dialogue and the story journal seem to be at odds over whether this was a good thing. I'm on the story journal's side here. Giving Primordus a champion didn't help us in the slightest. What is the commander on about? The spirits of the wild seem to be missing after we find Bram too. We can assume that they just left Bram to die the moment Primordus exploded, but what if they were killed in the process? We thought that Owl died as a result of Jormag. It's not out of the realm of possibility to assume that they could be hurt from the dragons exploding. Yet neither the commander nor Bram even raise a concern to their disappearance. We hear Ritlock shouting over the radio and go to investigate. If it seemed unlikely that Bram survived the explosion at all, then it's even more of a stretch to find that Rylan not only survived, but is still standing and ready to fight. He should at least barely be standing like Bram, if not dead. He refuses to give up, so we engage him again, and the amount of health he has for this boss fight does not represent the damage he should have taken from that explosion. He is healthier than ever. The fight takes several minutes, but we are once again fighting Rylan for this episode. I'm bored of fighting him by now. We have fought him a number of times by this point, and every fight is the same. We fought Balthazar 3 times, but each one increased the amount of mechanics as well as presenting themselves differently. The first 2 fights we lose, and then the third fight is with Sahosin, changing up the feel of it. Every time we've fought Ryland, we've won, and every time he has fought us the same way. You could at least have made the argument that the Jormag and Primordus fight was a visually spectacular way to end the season, but instead we end the season with this dull fight against Ryland. He charges at his mother with a knife and Rytlock stabs him in the chest, through his plate armor. Why? Swords don't pierce plate armor. Why did they animate it like this? His head and neck are completely exposed just a few inches above. Why does every piece of media think you can stab through plate armor these days? Rytlock and Krisha mourn their son while we head over to talk to Aurene. She confirms that she absorbed some of the magic from the 2 dragons. I'm torn on this point, and I think the solution is more information. However, Season 5 doesn't bother to give us information on much, so we are left to just assume. Could Aurene absorb the magic of 2 dragons at once? She absorbed Kralkatorrik's magic easily. However, this is twice as much all at once. I just want to hear Taimi or Goric explain it. I'm not opposed to believing that she could, but the volatility of magic at this point should surely make it difficult for her to absorb it. More to the point, this all happens off screen again, so we don't see if it was a breeze or caused pain to her to contain that much magic. Remember back when she absorbed Balthazar's bloodstone magic as a baby, and just that little amount looked like it was exploding inside her? However, there's a larger problem here. The assumption back in Path of Fire in Season 4 was that we need a dragon to replace each of the Elder Dragons, each sharing the magic rather than hoarding it.
We theorize these vacancies must be filled with entities that circulate and share magic rather than hoard it.
At some point behind the scenes, the writers seem to have decided that Aurene will do all of that herself, and is capable of doing it all. That explains why everyone was on board with killing both dragons without a second thought. They had read the script and knew Aurene would just absorb the magic. At no point did any of our guild mention that Aurene could absorb more. Not even Aurene brought it up. This plot point was retconned secretly behind the scenes. However, she confirms that most of the magic actually drifted away, so maybe she only absorbed 1 dragon's magic instead of 2. That's still more than we assumed she could contain back in Season 4, especially since containing too much magic is what drove Kralkatorrik mad. But there's a bigger issue here. Back in Season 3, Taimi calculated that destroying Primordus and Jormag would cause chaos in the flow of magic. Now we have done just that, and Aurene confirms that most of the magic escaped her and went elsewhere. So that chaos predicted by Taimi should be starting, right? Everything looks the same as usual. Taimi doesn't even seem bothered by it. You would think that if some chaotic things come about next expansion, they would be hinted at here to build hype, given that the expansion was being developed alongside the episode. But there's nothing. So that's the end of Season 5. There's just one last point to make. What happened to Bangar? As of the end of the next expansion, he hasn't been brought up once. The initial antagonist of Season 5, who made a big splash in the prologue with his charisma and presence, has been completely forgotten in the finale. He would have defrosted like Ryland did. Now what? Will he stand trial in the new United Legion? What is his attitude toward the commander now that our dragon has grown stronger and his is dead? These questions are easy to identify because of the strong character writing behind him. I just want to see more of Bangar, and he is noticeably absent at the end of this season. Hopefully we'll see more of him in Season 6. But that is now all of the recap up to End of Dragons. Thank you to everyone who sat through it all. I know this video was supposed to be focused on End of Dragons' story, but there was a lot of context to explain how we got to only 1 dragon left out of the original 6, and all of the stakes raised surrounding them along the way. That's both the good and the bad all resting on End of Dragons' shoulders. To give a satisfying conclusion to the Dragon Saga, it needs to pay off on every concern raised and do a better job of explaining it than Season 5 did. But perhaps that's the problem. End of Dragons didn't have a good lead-in to work with. Most of the dragon lore had been forgotten by the writers by this point, so how could they salvage it? End of Dragons begins with a recap of the story so far. Since you've seen my recap, we can skip this. However, there is one line that stands out to me.
There have been many theories. We tried to keep balance by replacing them, but that turned out to be impossible.
Oh, we're gonna start off like this, are we? Not even into the first mission and we have a problem. How is it impossible? Aurene was the only dragon we tried replacing with and it was a complete success. Is it impossible because we don't have any other dragons? Then say that. The process isn't the impossibility, the means of it are. We never even tried looking for other dragon eggs. But even then, while an egg is confirmed to work, could a dragon champion or lesser dragon also work? We never tried that. We meet salt spray dragons in the coming expansion. Would they have been able to absorb magic and ascend to an elder dragon? We even found creatures in our adventures that can absorb and filter magic naturally. The Chark. Remember those?
I I named it Spencer.
This line in the recap just seems to be here to handwave away what our goals were before End of Dragons, because they are going to change. If ArenaNet is starting the End of Dragons saga by retconning the past, then this isn't going to be great. We go to visit Aurene.
Champion, it's wonderful to see you. Even with Jormag and Primordus gone, I noticed Tyria's still standing. Seems the Exalted were a bit off in their predictions. Disaster hasn't struck. Yet.
ArenaNet, please, you're killing me. So everything is fine, at least for the moment. See, ArenaNet doesn't shy away from the catastrophic stakes of corrupted magic in this expansion, so why are they diluting them here? The endpoint is the same one way or the other, but they still felt the need to downplay it here. Why not build tension? Make this the climactic end to the saga. This undoing of stakes also does damage to the story. We killed a god based on the destruction that the corrupted magic from one dragon could cause. We have killed plenty more dragons since then and nothing has changed.
Seems the Exalted were a bit off in their predictions. Disaster hasn't struck. Yet.
We could have kept Balthazar alive and as an ally this whole time. You may point out that well-rounded characters can make mistakes, that it's interesting for the story. However, this isn't a mistake. The writers retcon timey scientific data into a mistake for no apparent reason. This expansion ends the same way with or without the retcon. The growing chaos needed to be the call to action for this expansion. Speaking of, we find Timey set up in the corner of the chamber.
Right. Gorik got a message from an old colleague.
Huh.
An old Inquest colleague. Anka. He's mentioned her a couple times. I've never met her. Says she was tracking Jormag and Primordus. She has some data. Would he like to see it? She'll trade it to us.
For what?
Doesn't specify for what. Red flag. Come meet her at Lorner's Pass alone. Second red flag.
So we head off to Lornar's Pass to find Gorik.
Gorik! Wait up!
Commander? What are you doing here?
We meet up with Anka and it doesn't take long for her to drop the charade.
I'm happy to see you're well, and eager to see this new data of yours.
Oh, that's... Yeah... I made that up.
She what?
But for some reason we keep following her. Why aren't we running away from her and whatever trap she's leading us into? Even if you excuse it as Gorik running after her, still smitten, then why isn't the commander shouting at him to stop? This results in Gorik being taken captive, and it could have easily been avoided. Even on Anka's end, why did she reveal the lie so early when her Aether Blades were parked up the hill? But as I said, Gorik is captured and Aurene flies in to help us save him.
Bye, Commander.
Hey!
Great to finally meet you.
Gorik! Aether Blades! Inquest match! I knew she couldn't be trusted!
The writers are at least dealing with the Aurene problem in this mission. After last season, it would seem odd for her to go back to refusing to intervene. We fight our way across Aetherblade airships as they fly their way through the mists, eventually exiting a portal off the coast of Cancer. But before that, Aurene delivers a strange line.
Commander, this is Captain Trin of the Aetherblade Armada. We're not here to harm your Asura friend. Call up Aurene and surrender. No one has to get hurt.
Everyone thinks I'm your pet.
Evasive maneuvers! Hard to starboard!
Aurene seems to be having giddy fun while she mercilessly kills the Aetherblades. Completely the opposite of her usual attitude.
Mother Tree! The dragon!
Haven't seen Aurene like this in a while.
I decide my purpose, and it isn't to destroy.
Some people speculated that this would lead into an expansion of her going mad like her grandfather and us having to put her down, but that doesn't happen. This is the only time she acts this way too. Usually Aurene speaks in a much more calm manner, barely showing any emotion. This mission is pretty out of character for her. The most I could say is it could be a setup for a later storyline, but right now there's not much explanation for it. We rescue Gorik from the ship and head out onto the bow, just in time to see Aurene attacking Anka's ship. However, Anka turns a weapon on Aurene that causes her to fall out of the sky.
There she is! Don't do it, Anka! Aurene! Anka! You disobeyed a directive order! There is a problem, and I handled it.
Commander!
Before we can see what happened, our airship hits the water and crashes. We wash up on the shores of Cantha and are found by a man in a large hat, who promptly arrests us.
After Amnoon, I swore I'd never go back in. One time, unfortunate misunderstanding. 2 times, I start to question myself.
Casimir and Marjorie smooth things out and we are released before the title screen comes up. The first time in this series that they made one. It's a nice touch. We catch up with the others and they inform us that Aurene has found a small seaside cave to take refuge in while she heals, making that our first destination in this new land. Once we arrive, Timey tells us that Aurene is reading no magic. The Aetherblade weapon drained her of all her magic and made her unable to help from the start of this expansion. This is a fair way to remove Aurene from play and let us experience the expansion from a simpler level. However, there is a point I want to make about the Aetherblade weapon used that we will have to come back to later. After this, we head around the island for a bit before requesting that Casimir get us a meeting with the Empress. Here we are introduced to 2 characters. We did meet one back when we got out of jail, but I felt it was worth saving until now to bring him up. Minister Lee. 100% of his scenes involve either him resenting us or other characters resenting him. This is our not so concealed antagonist for the expansion. So far we've had a good line of antagonists throughout Guild Wars 2. Balthazar, Joko, Banger, each brought some charisma and the assumption that they would have a following. Lee has none of that. He is written to be as rude as possible and every other character seems to hate him, much like Livia back in Season 3, except this time the writers don't expect you to love her. As such, the reveal later that he is a villain falls flat and he just ends up as a boring character who drags down any scene he's in. The second character we meet is June. Given that Lee is outwardly antagonistic from our first meeting, June's actions over the course of the story would lead us to believe that she's the inverse. Someone who appears initially welcoming, only to be hidden as the true villain behind the obvious one. Except, similar to Livia, the writers seem to think that she's still a hero after she turns on us. But we will have to save that for when we get to it. Just keep it in the back of your mind for now. Essentially, we're introduced to 2 new characters for this expansion, both of which are an annoyance to have around. Rama is one of the few new characters who leaves a positive impression over the expansion. We scavenged some Aetherblade airships and find some audio logs. They detail how the Aetherblades got from Season 1 all the way to now, hiding out in the mists. Most notably, we learn that they were chased from the mists during Season 4 by Kraukatorrik and found Cantha at the same time. They spent some time here before heading back to kidnap Gorik after a certain person in Cantha requested a dragon expert. We get a message from Timey to come back to Aurene. As we step inside the cave, we are transported to a watery realm.
Cave? Where are we?
Shh. They're talking.
They're not just mortals. They're my friends.
They're your flock. The shepherd watches and protects, but she does so in solitude. When I created the others, I thought, I don't have to be alone anymore.
The other elder dragons? You're there.
I was imperfect, you see. Attuned to water, but not the other elements. I thought my children would bring balance and harmony to the fabric of magic. But...
And what happens now, Suwon?
Now, you take my place, little one. Consider what I've said.
So we now have the name of the water dragon, Suwon. We also know that she was the mother of the other elder dragons and Aurene's great-grandmother. The commander rightly points out that the last elder dragon to offer an alliance with no strings attached was Jormag, but that is swept aside with no concern. Marjorie poses the question of what kind of machine could drain an elder dragon's power, and June says that she made it and gave it to Mai Trin.
That's because it's Canthan. I gave it to Mai Trin.
You hired them, didn't you?
I did.
You hired them? This is all because of—
I didn't know what they were capable of, or their history in Tyria. If I did, I never would have...
She assures us that she has no ill will, but the writers are building a foundation to her character whether they realise it or not. Every bad thing that has happened to us so far has been a direct result of her. This isn't a direct narrative line to a villain though. It isn't uncommon to see this type of character in media that realises they've done something immoral and changed course in their actions, often aiding the hero in the process. However, this isn't what happens with June. She doesn't course correct and instead continues to treat the commander as a nuisance in her way. But we will get to that. Also,
I could have made her disappear. No one knew who she was, after all.
The writers want you to view her as a heroic character, yet she casually mentions having someone assassinated because they were inconvenient. After this, we head to the Icebrood hideout and corner Mai Tring. We learn that Anka has staged a mutiny and taken her fleet, leaving her behind. Since she has information that will help us track down Anka, we take her with us as our prisoner. Casimir actually remembers her lie detecting skill here after so long.
Do you suppose we can trust her?
What choice do we have? She knows Anka. And for what it's worth, I felt she was sincere back there.
Hopefully there won't be other times in this expansion where she could have used that, for people that Casimir has met so far. Our next destination in the pursuit of the Icebrood is New Kaineng City, but first, some out-of-place DMV humour.
So sorry. Let me help you process your paperwork and then I'll help you file a customer complaint. Okay, number 43, step right up.
I just moved and was told to file a change of address with the Ministry of Transit.
Oh, so sorry. This appears to be the olive green form. The change of address form is more of a lime green or chartreuse.
Once we arrive, we encounter some Jade mechs going haywire. More so, the problem in the mechs seems to spread to nearby ones like a spark.
Only theories, but there's one thing they all have in common. Their power source.
Under Timey's speculation, we begin investigating the power plant. We scan the batteries and Timey confirms that they are full of dragon magic that matches Aureen's. We head to one of Kaineng's labs to collect more data.
Okay, so dragon magic we've seen up to this point, all of it, has been in some way combinatorial.
Zaitan's magic layered with mortar moths, layered with krauks.
Or it's been that, but filtered, Aureen's magical signature.
But the margin of error bugged me, so I called the signatures of all the dragons, even Aureen. It was a perfect match.
A perfect match? What does that mean?
Pure dragon magic. I've made theoretical models, but never expected to see it.
I think it's time we had a conversation with June.
Hey, Commander, I've got June now. I'm patching everyone in.
Commander, Tiny hasn't said what this is about, but I can interpret the waveforms on her screen better than most.
When exactly were you planning to tell us your Jade Tech empire runs entirely on dragon magic?
I understand your concern. You have experience in this, and an Elder Dragon's perspective, as do I.
You?
How? The two are partnered. Jade power was not solely June's idea.
Aureen? When did she tell you?
She didn't have to. She sounds tired, troubled.
That's why Suwon is under my protection, in a top-secret, state-of-the-art facility.
There is no facility in the world that could contain an Elder Dragon. You both know that.
Not against her will.
That's why Anka sent this diversion. June, she knows about Suwon. I don't know how, but she does.
Then I suppose it's time you all met face to face. Meet me at the reactor. I'll wave you in.
Aureen, you should hang back. If Anka shows up with that extractor...
Of course. You're right. I'll meet you there, but I'll hang back, just in case.
So we head to the reactor.
This is incredible. The entire facility is underwater?
70 fathoms deep, give or take.
Can it really handle the water pressure?
If it can't, we'll be fish food soon enough.
Actually, we'd be vaporized.
June gives us a tour and explains how Suwon chose to go into the reactor. Once we head down into the main reactor, June is locked out of the system and the security mechs activate. Despite having us on camera and previously being told by Mai that Anka is targeting the reactor, June assumes that we are the ones who locked her out.
I don't know what you're doing. If you think you're some kind of liberator for Suwon, you're making a mistake.
This is quite the leap for her, and if the writers wanted this situation to come about naturally, they could have engineered it better. We were brought here because of the threat Anka posed.
June, she knows about Suwon. I don't know how, but she does.
Then I suppose it's time you all met face to face. Meet me at the reactor. I'll wave you in.
All the writers had to do was have Mai tell us that after the call ended and create another reason for us to go to the reactor. Then simply have June lose control at a time when she's not looking directly at us. Maybe in the elevator on the way down. Anywhere other than when we're in her line of sight, far from any terminal. June is willing to immediately jump to this conclusion because she is so distrusting of the player, yet she keeps inserting herself into every mission, most out of place being when she joined us to track down the Aether Blades. Either she trusts us or she doesn't. We reach the heart of the reactor and finally get a look at Suwon before she pulls us back into her realm.
You came to rescue me, didn't you? I appreciate the gesture, but I don't need saving. Not from June, anyway.
You're really here by choice?
It was I who proposed this arrangement to her. She's an audacious one, is she not? This place. It manages the flow of magic between me and Tyria's ley lines.
Manages?
June used a different word. Modulate. She takes the magic I shed to make new dragon jade. It's been a most harmonious arrangement.
Wait. The other elder dragons, we killed them. Some of that magic went to Aurene, but the rest
returned to the web of ley lines, and then to me. You did what you had to do, but I can't filter the magic alone. Even when my children were alive, we couldn't filter it together. As each of them fell, the magic grew more corrupted. Now, it's become something else. Something disagreeable to mortal life.
There has to be a way to stop it.
Aurene, the Scion. She can filter all of the world's magic, but she must be ready. Without me, the magic will crash through her like a tsunami. It was my intention to give her more time, acclimate her to the role. But it looks like I have none left to give.
Here we get some interesting information on the dragon cycle, and once again the writers have remembered the points from Season 3. However,
she can filter all of the world's magic, but she must be ready.
The writers doubled down on the idea of Aurene filtering all of the magic for the 6 Elder Dragons. This is a tough premise to accept. Aurene needs to be 6 times as strong as the other dragons to do this, and she is only a few years old, especially given that Aurene being the only filter was a retcon. We were initially introduced to the concept under the guise of multiple entities doing it. The writers haven't given any solid justification for this, and instead we're just barreling forward. The prospect of Aurene being used to replace Kraukatorrik was interesting, but having her replace every dragon we encounter after that is dull. And on top of that, they even add a stake to this story that makes it harder to believe that she can do it.
Without me, the magic will crash through her like a tsunami.
The writers are playing both sides of this, treating all the magic Aurene has absorbed before this like nothing, while also implying that Suwon's magic will be too much to take. We have no way to gauge the stakes. Killing 2 dragons last season was a breeze, and Aurene even said the prediction of things going wrong was incorrect this very expansion. So how can we give this warning from Suwon any weight?
It was my intention to give her more time, acclimate her to the role. But it looks like I have none left to give.
Then why did she only contact her yesterday? She should have been contacting and training Aurene from the moment she successfully replaced Kraukatorrik. She should have left the reactor and headed north to find her before we killed 2 extra Elder Dragons, speeding up the chaos to come. Even if she couldn't leave the reactor for some reason, Aurene said she felt her reaching out to her at the start of the expansion when she was all the way up at the Eye of the North. Aurene ascended to an Elder Dragon all the way down in Alona. If Aurene could sense Suwon in the Shiver Peaks, then it's reasonable to assume she was close enough to speak in Alona. And even then, what good would more time have given her when she needs to take the magic of 6 Elder Dragons? Anyway, back in the reactor.
You have a pained soul, Tiny One. Do you believe I mean you harm?
The entirety of your existence is harm, Elder Dragon. In this life, I'm only an ant. What I'm about to do, breaking the cycle, it's for a better world, I promise. See you on the other side, Commander.
Anka! Don't!
It's begun. When the time comes, the cycle must end. Promise me.
She shoots the stored up Aurene magic at the reactor, destroying it and leaving Suwon with nowhere to shed her excess magic. The reactor begins to flood and we evacuate. On our way we encounter Anka again. This poses a question: how did she use Zhaitan magic here? Ah, I hear you saying the same way she used Aurene's magic, with her extractor. Firstly, it would stand to reason that the extractor can only hold one source of dragon energy at a time, or more specifically, if you put two sources of energy inside, then mix up like all dragon magic does. We saw her shoot pure Aurene energy at Suwon before. We also see the platform that Anka was standing on demolished by rubble. I could see Anka escaping, but I can't see her dragging that big extractor out with her, so it's likely destroyed. Let's assume she has multiple. We don't see her shooting any magic here, the dead just rise. I can only assume the developers just didn't bother to put in any magic effects here. Either way, I'm burying the lead here. How does Anka have Zhaitan magic? They got the extractor technology from June when they first headed to Cancer, well after Zhaitan's death. So where did they get his magic from? There are Risen still left in Cancer from when the tsunami hit, but do Zhaitan's minions have the ability to raise the dead? Krakatorik's minions can't brand people, Jormag's minions don't whisper. My understanding from the base game was that it was Zhaitan raising any dead we saw, not his lieutenants. When we went back to Ore in Season 3, we saw no new dead being raised, only the leftovers of his army. If his lieutenants can raise minions, then any of his minions left still pose the same threat that he did, and we've just been ignoring it all this time. Once again, one spectacle piece ruins our understanding of the world and our priorities. The Zhaitan threat from the base game hasn't ended this whole time. Why have we been sitting around celebrating after each season when we still have work to do cleaning up the dragon's minions? At any point, Zhaitan's minions could begin growing their army by raising more dead. Mordremoth's minions could begin sprouting vines to strangle the world. The Branded could start making more areas uninhabitable. I have to assume the writers just screwed up here, cause the opposite is disastrous. Mai splits off from us, telling us to get out while she goes to stop the reactor from going Chernobyl on Kaineng.
You shouldn't have done that.
I shouldn't have embraced you. It took me too long to see just how empty you are.
If it's between emptiness and hubris, I choose emptiness. You and that woman, you want to become gods. I just want to destroy them.
I wanted something more from my life. Purpose, stability, meaning.
Then you picked the wrong profession, Captain.
Guess you were right after all.
Sight's still off.
You may have noticed that I haven't given any criticism of Anka yet. I quite like how they handled her. We find audio logs back in Saitong giving a glimpse into how her time in the mists wore away at her until she gave into her nihilism. She has a good voice actor and holds a presence in each of her scenes, similar to Banger, and like Banger, my only complaint is we don't get enough of her. When we get back to the entrance, we learn that June has called the city guard on us. We take an emergency escape pod and flee the scene before they arrive. So now the reactor powering New Kaineng has been destroyed. New Kaineng appears to be as reliant on its power plant as we are in the modern world. The city would surely fall into chaos without power, yet this isn't ever addressed. In fact, we go to meet with Navan and Rama immediately after, and things appear to be completely normal. The power plant appeared to work by siphoning magic from Suwon and storing it in batteries. The question of how much of an emergency this is comes down to how long the batteries last. However, we have to question if these batteries are even good. A problem with the batteries was what led us to the power plant. None of them may even be usable, yet the next mission goes on like nothing has changed at all with the power grid. After convincing Navan of our innocence, she offers to lead us to a safe place outside the city. On the way, we make contact with Taimi and the others.
Has anyone been able to smooth things over with June?
No. It's taking all my charm to keep her from kicking me out.
This is awfully convenient for Taimi. The story needs Taimi there later, so we get this line of dialogue to justify it. However, let's look at it from June's perspective. Some strangers come to your city and one of them asks to work with you in your workshop. You offer to show the other around your reactor. Then, ignoring all the issues with us being on camera, you believe that they are responsible for destroying your reactor. Would you then continue to let the other member remain working with you, giving them access to all of your tech and infrastructure secrets? You would think one of the first stipulations to Taimi remaining there would be no more contact with the commander, yet here she is contacting us without any apparent secrecy. We head out to the safe haven of Arborstone and encounter some new enemies.
Did somebody spike my coffee with a boga juice? Or was that Mordrum, Risen, and Brandon all fighting together?
I thought so too, but on closer inspection, they appeared to be constructs of some kind, made up of an unidentified magic. Not the same one we found in the reactor. Commander, I'm not trying to panic, but what on Tyria did we just encounter?
If they're a new kind of dragon minion, they must belong to Suwon.
Logical assumption, but shouldn't hers be water?
Didn't look like any water I've ever seen.
I have a lot to say about these guys, but we'll come back to that. We head inside and see a strange sight.
Does it always look this way?
No, not at all. I don't know what could have happened.
What happened here? They look like they were in the middle of unpacking.
His chest is hollow. All the internal organs are gone.
But there's no visible wounds. Where the hell did they go?
Well, don't look at me. You're the death expert.
No, that isn't possible. It's like someone took the square root of -1 and just put it in the sky. What villain would disrespect the laws of physics like this?
Really? That's the thing you're hung up on here?
Look, the universe has rules. Break those rules and nothing, I mean nothing, makes sense. Nothing can be trusted. Down is up is down, water is dry. Am I still Gorik?
This is where the story both gets interesting and worse in the hands of the writers.
Ishan was consumed by the same power that will take Suwon. And then all of Tyria. The Void.
The Void?
The force that emerged from the broken dragon cycle. Which, if not stopped, will unwind reality one thread at a time.
So we now have a term to describe the corruption of magic that Taimi documented back in Season 3. That's good. The writers are fleshing this idea out to more than just vague corruption. Since magic flows throughout Tyria like veins, it's not too far-fetched to believe that it helps make up the reality around us. When that magic becomes corrupted, the world begins to break down around it. Fair enough. However, we've seen the writers ignore their own lore before. Let's see how quickly they can speedrun ignoring newly introduced lore. Navan then reveals her true self to us. She's a salt spray dragon. Remember how I said there would be a few instances of Casimir failing to detect lies this expansion? We saw her speaking with Navan before. In fact, she was discussing her lie detector ability with her. I suppose her ability just doesn't work on dragons, but the writers never comment on this, so I'm led to assume they forgot. We ask her some questions about the Void.
The Void is raw magic. Chaos incarnate. In the beginning, everything was void. Then the Mother Dragon, Suwon, brought order, splitting the Void into 6 domains of magic. She could not maintain that order alone, so she took on the domain of water and gave the others to the 5 Elder Dragons. It was on that foundation that all material life on Tyria flourished.
This sounds poetic, but does raise a question. Everything being void before the Elder Dragon sounds almost like some kind of pre-Big Bang situation.
No, that isn't possible. It's like someone took the square root of -1 and just put it in the sky.
If the world was that unstructured back then, yet Suwon had structure, what does that make her? She sounds like more than an Elder Dragon in that context. Something godlike? The description makes the prospect of Aurene absorbing her magic even more unlikely.
The chamber that June built siphoned off Suwon's growing power and used it to fuel Cantha. You might have noticed that this technology has been unreliable lately. That was because the Void was being siphoned off as well, but only into machines, thankfully. Now it's Suwon unleashed. Its tendrils are working out from her to wind their way through the rest of the world.
Here we get some information on how the reactor worked and why the mechs have been going haywire. Void energy in the batteries. This further complicates the issue with the batteries. Not only are they corrupted, they contain void energy, which could tear the city apart if a battery exploded. Not only do they have limited power, but it would be in the commander's best mind to destroy these batteries. Yet this isn't given any thought. We then ask the important question.
She allowed herself to be contained because he was the only possible option. Without the stability provided by the other Elder Dragons, and with that containment chamber destroyed.
She'll be overwhelmed.
Would it help if we could find another way to siphon off some of that magic?
Using Anka's extractor!
Yes, that might work. It would buy time, at least.
So the plan is to recreate the reactor environment that had been working up until now to try and siphon the void from Suwon. For that we'll need Anka and her extractor. However, that's not all we'll need, but the writers don't seem to have thought this through. In the reactor, they didn't just siphon the magic from her into thin air, it was stored in batteries to contain it. If we siphoned it into thin air, the magic would just seep back into the ley lines, and in turn return back to Suwon. We'd be scooping water out of a sinking boat. Yet no plan is made to head back to Kaineng and grab some batteries. You could argue that it'd be stored in the extractor, like she stored Aureen's power earlier. But look at the size of it compared to one of Kaineng's batteries. Suwon is containing more magic than Aureen is. The plan here seems to be to siphon the void from Suwon until the extractor fills up, and then that's it. But Suwon doesn't have a finite amount of void energy, she's creating more of it by the minute. If she had a finite amount, the reactors would have collected it all back when she was in it. Instead, it began pouring out of her at an increasing level once there was nowhere to contain it. Anyway, we head out into Ekavald Forest in search of Anka. We learn that she was searching for a foreign airship in the area to try and repair their mist portal device.
Captain, we have a trespasser. Prepare deckside defenses.
We don't have any deckside defenses. Also, you don't order me around. I order you around.
Belay that order, Captain. We've got an old friend clambering aboard. Was wondering when you'd show up, Commander. Come on inside. We'll have a drink.
It turns out the airship is Saida's. We have a reunion with Karnak and organise for them to use their ship as bait to draw Anka out.
There! Aether blades on the approach. 2 groups going around you.
Got it! Aureen's energy signature, right in the center of the disposal yard. Come on!
Saida, Karnak, you should leave while you can.
I could pretend I want to fight you on that, but I respect you too much.
See you on the other side of this, Commander.
Anka!
I'm gonna have to ask you to call back that ship, Commander.
You and I both know that's not gonna happen.
What if I killed you, brought you back, and forced you to make the call? No, you've already died. Gorik, then. You'll appreciate it. Like how you hook an electrode to a dead roach so their nerves twitch.
You don't scare us.
And that's why the cheap seats love you so much. It takes more than an inescapable apocalypse to ruffle your feathers.
We begin the boss battle for this map, the final confrontation with Anka. And in it, she shows what a compelling villain she could have been if given more screen time.
You know what the worst thing is? You actually think stopping all this would be a victory.
Ending the dragon cycle will save countless lives.
You did end it. Congratulations. Now live with the consequences. The void is literally filling the void you made.
If we can stop its corruption, we can...
Alchemy, you don't get it. Every change you make changes something else. You've never stopped the apocalypse, you just kept trading up. Now it's time to pay the bill. Good. Then you shouldn't hold this against me.
What are you... That's void magic!
What's the matter? You think you can stop it, right? Then this shouldn't be a problem for you. Soon the whole world's gonna look like this. Trust me, I don't like it any more than you.
Then stop fighting and help us!
This is it! Do you understand? A tyrannical lich, a demented god, and 5 elder dragons later, and all that's left is the void. An emptiness with purpose. Just my kind of apocalypse.
But we couldn't go a boss fight without more problems. She began the fight by using Zaitan magic. That's fine-ish. We already went over the issues with that, but at least there are potential explanations there. How does she have void magic? How did she siphon pure void magic without getting herself killed in the process? From what we've learned about the void so far, that sounds like trying to siphon a black hole. However, let's give the story the best case scenario. Let's assume that she somehow found Suwon in a resting state and used the extractor to drain void energy from her. A number of problems. 1. Where is this extractor? She was just using Zaitan magic, so she would need 2 extractors to use different sets of magic. It hasn't been established that the extractor has multiple containers for different energies, and even if it were, it's unbelievable. The idea that that tiny thing could store one Elder Dragon's magic is pushing it enough. We've seen ley lines in the game before. Magic isn't some microscopic thing. 2. How did she get close enough to Suwon to drain her? We will see later that that is no easy task. 3. She presumably drained Suwon's void energy with an extractor. However, Suwon is still rampaging and spilling more void energy. That is exactly our plan, and Anka has presumably just proven that it doesn't work. And of course 4. How do you contain reality-bending magic in an extractor? Just a small amount in the mech batteries made them go haywire. Some void magic in a person made their insides seep out. Yet she's carrying a cartridge of it around with her. When she uses it, it acts exactly as she expects. I find that very hard to believe. However, it is consistent with a problem in the writing. That being that the writers will quickly sweep away any notion of reality-bending properties in void magic from this point on. Just forget what you saw moments ago in Arborstone. Void magic is now just a different flavour of magic and easy to represent. But we will get to a rant on that soon.
You're no fun. Gorik used to be fun. My Trin. What happened to you people? You can't fix anything by playing it safe. You have to burn it down. So something better can grow in its place. Alchemy. All I ever wanted was a little stimulation. Is that so much to ask?
The extractor?
Right. Knowing Anka, she had a contingency plan. Looks like she set it to overheat without a proper biometric scan. I can probably deactivate it. Probably.
Gorik?
It's not stopping. It's not. Get away from me!
Oh no. Everyone all right? Gorik, Jory.
Fine. How do we not see that coming?
Can we... I don't know, can we fix it?
Doesn't look like it. Gorik?
We'd have to learn how it works. It would take too long. There's only one person who can fix this, and she won't.
We take the core of the extractor with the intention of having June repair it. However, the commander decides that they want to clear their name in New Kaineng first. Excuse me? Suwon is rampaging across cancer. The void energy within her is multiplying with every minute. We've seen just how devastating the void is in places like Arborstone, where it turns people inside out. Yet the commander is more concerned with making sure people don't have the wrong idea about them rather than saving the world. If we needed to get batteries from Kaineng, like I suggested, then this plan would make more sense. If the guards were tracking us down, it would be too difficult to cart a bunch of batteries out of Kaineng's main power plant during a power crisis. I hope the game hasn't forgotten about that, by the way. But after the story goes to visit June, we don't head back to Kaineng for anything. We head straight to the final map. This is a low priority side story shoehorned in right before the climactic end of the world battle.
Is that wise? Going to Minsec? Minister Li may interpret the evidence differently, to suit his preconceptions.
Oh, and have you worked out that Minister Li is a secret villain yet? The characters all have, despite the writers trying to act like it will be a big reveal. So we head back to New Kaineng to present our good-natured case to Minister Li, but not without enough busy work to fill out a full act first. If clearing our name was a pointless side distraction amid an end-of-world crisis, then setting up listening devices in the Kaineng canals is the commander willfully disregarding the safety of the world.
There's a couple of bridges along the river that the purists like to loiter around. Take us under them like we're a maintenance crew. I'll install the wires. With any luck, we'll hear some juicy, purist intel.
This should have been the story of Season 6. After the calamity was resolved, then we could focus back on Kaineng politics. I don't know if I can stress any more that we're ignoring Suwon destroying whole villages while we mess around here. Remember back in Path of Fire where nothing would stop the commander from pursuing Balthazar? When we learned of a forged camp outside Amnoon, we headed straight there with no other plan than to kill as many of them as we could to find any lead on Balthazar. We never went back to Amnoon until the epilogue. No detours back to settle casino debts or smooth political fezzes among the council. We did our job as the only one who could stop Balthazar and save the lives of Alonans. The question of why this act is even inserted in here is confusing too. Path of Fire had 3 acts spread over 5 maps, and I'd argue had good pacing to it. End of Dragons has 5 acts spread over 4 maps. Each act is localized to each map, with Act 4 doubling up on New Kaineng. It didn't need to be here. It ruins the pacing of the final confrontation with Suwon and makes the lack of maps more noticeable. After dealing with the drama at the precinct, setting listening devices, checking the devices, and tracking down informants, we finally head to see Minister Li for the reason we did this side quest. Oh, and throughout all of this, the city seems pretty peaceful for having just had a massive reactor failure in their power plant.
That includes the reactor incident.
I've tried to give the benefit of the doubt throughout this critique and treat the writers like they know what they're doing. That these issues in writing have either come from attempting to find shortcuts or not giving the world building the weight it deserves. However, here I do believe they are unaware of the impact a city losing their power plant would have. Since a reactor exploding has some parallels to Chernobyl, let's just have a look at that for a moment. Do you know what year Chernobyl was shut down in? Here's a clue. Reactor 4 exploded in 1986. Give up? The last reactor was shut down in 2000. For 14 years after the area was irradiated, they still kept the power plant running because the country needed too much power to shut down the remaining 3 reactors that still worked. Doing so would have crippled the country. New Kaineng only had 1 reactor and it was just destroyed. June boasted about how technologically advanced Cancer had become with her Jade tech. We see that as we explore the city. The whole place has a cyberpunk feel to it, and now they have no power. And as I said before, the remaining batteries may be completely unusable. The authorities should be scrambling, not offhandedly referring to it as an incident. The writers treat it like it was a small fire that has been put out. To use that analogy, this is a fire that has spread throughout the whole city and is still burning. That's not an incident. But moving on, we show Lee the extractor to clear our name.
What exactly am I looking at?
A piece of the device used in the reactor incident. Aether Blade Tech. Anka, the Blade's first mate, used it to drain the dragon's magic during the airship crash. She then staged a mutiny. Later, she used that stored magic to cause the reactor incident. The signature matches the crystals at the scene.
Some issues here. Firstly, Rama isn't entirely truthful here. Yes, what he says is correct. The extractor was used at the reactor, which as a side note does confirm that Anka somehow dragged that huge thing out while the cave-in happened right where she was standing. But we recovered that part from the Ekavald wilds with no connection between it and the reactor. Lee would know that Rama headed south to Ekavald rather than investigating the power plant. He knows that this part wasn't found at the scene of the crime. All he has to go on is Rama saying that it was used there, but does he even know what it is or how it's used? However, there's another problem with this piece of evidence. Back in Saichung province, we asked him specifically for permission to dig around the Aether Blade wreckage.
As she wishes. Investigate away. The area is crawling with Aether Blades. Your kind of people.
As far as Lee knows, we headed to the wreckage, picked up a weapon, and then attacked the reactor with it. The defense of, it was Aether Blade tech, not ours, is worthless when he personally knows that we went where their tech is. This is like if a criminal told the cops they had permission to poke around in the armory, then later when they were apprehended for shooting someone, they gave the case that it was a police-issued gun that shot the person so it couldn't have been them. It's such a weak case, yet that's all the writers could come up with. Also, just a point from the conversation that I want to highlight.
Right now, the biggest threat isn't the commander. It's the dragon rampaging in the Jade Sea.
Then why did you waste our time planting listening devices, Rama? He didn't seem concerned at the time. It's almost like the characters are catching up now that it's the end of the act, and the next mission will move the story along. We head to the roof and, to our surprise, Lee is revealed to be the villain. No way.
Rama?
Subdue the criminal.
Sir, what are you doing?
I'm sorry you got caught up in this mess, son.
Captain Tulek, I finally solved the Purist case, and I... well... didn't want you to be alone with Lee.
Oh no.
Yet Rama still seems surprised. What reveal is there here? Even if the player didn't predict this, they certainly didn't like Lee based on every character around us not liking him. Nothing has changed within the player's mind. Let's use Banger as an example again. When we meet him, he's cagey, but charming toward the commander. He's given reverence by the other characters except for Ritlock, who is explained to have personal reasons to dislike him, and even then, those reasons come down to a chain of command rather than anything about his character that should tell us not to trust him. It is a surprise then to see him create a plan to steal Bram's bow and lead his army after Jormag. It reveals that he was playing us that whole time with his charm. Where is Minister Lee's charm? Why should we care about him? Also, we once again have an issue with Casimir. She was with us both times we met with Minister Lee, yet she didn't detect that he was misleading everyone around him as the head of the Purists. That's twice in this expansion that the writers forgot about that despite having her use her lie detector skills after these meetings. We defeat Lee and Rama goes back on his claims of how dire the situation with Suwon is by saying that he won't be able to help us due to needing to do paperwork.
This is going to be a whole lot of paperwork. Well, Commander, looks like my night's booked. You'll have to get to June on your own.
Will do. Good luck with Lee.
The stakes should be sky high right now, but every character keeps lowering them with every line of dialogue. Dealing with the apocalypse can apparently wait because Rama has some homework to finish. We finally get back on track and head to June in Saitong Province. Once we arrive, we're brought back into Suwon's realm, and she actually chastises us for wasting time.
Commander, why haven't you done what needs to be done?
If the writers are so aware of how useless the last act was, then why include it?
Is it true? Do we have to kill her?
Yes, but not with all of this inside her. It would unleash the void onto the world. And the world would not survive it.
Aurene brings us back up to speed on the stakes of the story. Suwon is full of void energy. If we kill her, the energy will spill out and destroy the world. As it stands, our plan is to use the extractor to suck the void energy out of her. However, as I said before, we have nothing to put the energy into. If the void energy being out of her body and in the world is the issue, then our plan seems half-baked. On the topic of killing Suwon, there's another point that I want to bring up. What is her weakness? Every Elder Dragon has a weakness that we have exploited in the past, but it hasn't even been brought up here. Remember how I said back in Season 3 that giving the dragons a weakness helped to slow down the story and make us prepare for each Elder Dragon fight, giving them some gravitas? Well, it's now the final act and we have done nothing to try and understand Suwon's powers and work around them, and I can spoil the story to tell you that we will kill her without ever finding out what her weakness is. This is just another plot point forgotten.
I can't lose any more time. No more delays. No more entertaining doubters and petty disagreements. I need to get to June.
Lampshading the problem does not avail you from criticism. Why did they include Act 4 if they're immediately going to have the character describe it as a waste of time? Like I said before, this expansion had 2 more acts than Path of Fire. There was no obligation to meet an act threshold. They didn't have to include Act 4, yet the writers appear to complain about its inclusion in their own story. We arrive at June's estate and Timey lets us in.
Welcome! Welcome to the estate o' June. Things are real bad, aren't they?
Commander? How did you get in here? How did you get past my security? Timey.
Oh, hi June. I was just coming to see you, and as you can see, I brought,
Gods, I was foolish to let you into my confidence.
Yes, that's what I said. Why did you let the friend of what you perceive to be a terrorist stay in your house and, more importantly, give her access to disabling the security defenses?
Just listen. The world is coming undone. Suwon's void will tear it apart.
Then I will figure out how to contain her. Alone. Now either remove yourself or prepare to be removed.
With that, June locks us out and tries to kill us with her turrets and mechs.
Minister Lee of the Ministry of Security has been arrested. Details are still emerging, but reports are that the powerful Tyrian known as the Commander may have been involved.
So, Commander, you're going around arresting state officials now?
As we reach her, we find her watching the news of Minister Li's arrest. We inform her that he was the leader of the Purists, and she says,
I know. He couldn't have made it more obvious if he'd walked around carrying a bust of Reiko herself. What happened?
This should raise suspicion in the commander. We were just led into a trap and almost killed by Minister Li. June has just tried to kill us and is now informing us that she knew Li's intentions. This almost feels like the start of a villain's speech where she tells us she was a mastermind all along. However, the commander doesn't seem to suspect that June could be a purist too. The writers know that she's not, so the conversation moves on and ignores that comment. But I won't ignore it. Why did June know that Li was the leader of the Purists but never report him? We saw that she was often at odds with him and seemed to be a roadblock in her way.
His attention to these matters, so unrelated to his own expertise, is generous and greatly
appreciated. Yes, save it. Majesty, this woman is a parasite.
So why not reveal it and get rid of him? She said she'd have my Trin assassinated if she got in her way, so why let Li remain? It would make more sense if she were a purist. We hand the extractor over to her.
Commander, it seems I owe you an apology. You really had nothing to do with it.
Why? The commander didn't say what the extractor was or how it was used at the reactor. June knew that Anka drained Aurine's magic with it before we arrived in Cancer. Gorick said it had traces of Aurine's magic in it, so that must be what she's looking at. But again, how does that prove our innocence? As far as June knows, we blew up her reactor before tracking Anka down for our own personal revenge, and our proof of Anka's kill exonerates us from the reactor explosion? Anka did work for June. This could have been us taking out her subordinates. The writers are too focused on what the player knows and are ignoring what the characters in the world should know. Nothing we gave June should change her mind here.
Thanks, but we don't have time for apologies. We need to discuss potential solutions.
Potential solutions? I have a solution. Taimi and I have been working on the means to recapture Suwon and restore the reactor.
June, I'm afraid recapture isn't an option.
Why isn't it an option? It seems that despite the warning before, the commander is planning to kill Suwon. If they drain the void energy from her, bringing her back down to a stable level, why couldn't she go back into the reactor, where apparently the void energy was being successfully sucked away? I do have problems with that premise, for the record. With what they've shown of the void, June's technology shouldn't be able to deal with it, but the state of Cancer before we arrived proves that it did work actually. So the commander should be for this plan. If nothing else, having Suwon safely contained in the reactor would at least buy them more time to come up with a better solution.
Our batteries only have enough power left for weeks, months maybe, and then everything stops working. Do you know what that means?
Here we get confirmation of how much power Kainang has left. A citywide permanent blackout in just weeks should be causing far more panic than what we have seen, even ignoring the problems with the quality of the batteries. At the very least, there should be warnings for people to limit their power usage, even out here in Saitung. The very fact that June has hundreds of mechs, light barriers, and moving floors running in her house just shows that she has no grasp on the little amount of electricity remaining.
Then I guess we're at an impasse. I don't want to do this. But we need that reactor. People will die if those batteries fail.
Everyone will die when Suwon succumbs to the void!
I won't let that happen!
And here we get the most villainous act from June. She now believes that the commander isn't the terrorist who blew up her reactor. She knows we were framed, yet the moment we refuse to go along with her plan, she tries to murder us. Another person, she'll disappear. She even has a villainous line like, "I don't want to do this, but I have to." So now it's time to talk about June's character. She's awful. What makes her even more grating is that at every turn the writers try to paint her as a hero. They want you to love this character because they do. She can do no wrong in their eyes. They write our allies to all love her despite what she's doing.
Alchemy! It is staggeringly brilliant!
Yeah, she is.
But I've learned a lot, and June, well, she's brilliant. Go, Kaz. We can handle June.
I guess I'm on my way then. My only diplomatic advice is just to listen and try to understand.
Whenever Poochie's not on screen, all the other characters should be asking, "Where's Poochie?"
That clip from Casimir came from this very mission, right after June tried to kill us the first time. She sent the guards after us in Kaineng and then tried to kill us with her mechs, and Casimir still lectures us on not being too harsh on her? The writer's love for this character oozes from every scene she's in, yet we're given no reason to see what they see. There are very few character traits to June other than narcissism. You could go as far as to say she has Mary Sue traits. She's the smartest person in Cancer, the sister of the Empress despite growing up poor outside the palace. Everyone loves her and the commander is chastised for being rightly mad at her. And of course, her only negative trait is narcissism, which is one of those cheap negative traits writers add when they can't write actual negative traits. A drug addiction that a character can't handle is a negative trait that hampers their abilities. Never being taken seriously is a negative trait that hampers their abilities. Being too full of themselves is not a real negative trait that endears the audience to a character. It does the opposite.
I don't apologize for being exceptional. I don't apologize for being brilliant.
And of course, she's integral to us saving the day at the end, but we'll get to that.
I had it all under control. I saved Suwon from herself. I was trying to save all of you.
June, what you did to Suwon only delayed the inevitable.
It gave civilization a chance. Someone has to lead. Someone always has to lead. I don't apologize for being exceptional. I don't apologize for being brilliant.
You are brilliant. And I know it feels like the world's always underestimated you, but I don't. We share the same goal. You can find a new future, one without Suwon. I'll help you. But none of us have a future if we go at it alone.
Okay. Let's talk.
We talk June out of her tantrum and she agrees to help us with our plan to save Suwon. And she says a line here.
We need backup options, Timey. Backups upon backups, always. To protect us from total failure.
Put that in the back of your mind. Let's see how the writers handle their self-proclaimed brilliant character. We head to Arborstone to discuss our plan, or more accurately, June goes over the plan in our place.
The plan is that we use the replicas to cure Suwon.
What happens to the Void once we pull it out of her?
It should pass to Aurene.
And it's not going to turn her into a rampaging dragon?
Aurene's been able to withstand the corruption in the past.
A few things. Firstly, how will the magic in the extractor go to Aurene? It stores what it drains. Are we going to be siphoning it off Suwon and blasting it into Aurene like a turkey baster? Secondly, the comment that the magic will go to Aurene.
I tried to contain the desolation, but I could not stop it. I felt such a rush of wild magic, but then some of it seemed to just flow through me. There's still so much I don't know.
Wait, you're saying some of it's missing?
We're assuming that she can absorb all of this concentrated void energy. Timey assures us that Aurene can handle it, but I'm skeptical. Aurene has absorbed magic before, yes, but up until now we have never seen any visual corruption in magic. This would imply that this magic is far more corrupted. Aurene can filter magic, but can she filter void? It bends reality. How can we be assured that she can process it before it rips her apart? Timey just goes with her gut rather than doing what she normally does, running simulations for data she can rely on. And just to go back to her comment on Jormag and Primordus' magic going through her, if she can't absorb the void in one go, then we're back to what I described when we talked about this to Kunavang. The void will just go back to Suwon, making this a meaningless exercise. I wonder if June planned backups upon backups if Aurene is unable to absorb the void.
Those of you in the Jade Sea, what's Suwon's status?
Still rampaging. We've managed to keep her contained, but everyone's growing weary.
They'd be less exhausted if we didn't leave them to play politics in Kaineng for a whole act. I'm getting flashbacks to the Secret Society in Season 3. Let's have a last minute chat with Timey about what void magic is.
Our observations line up with what Kunavang described. Void magic is made up of all the other magics. It's funny because when you hear the word void, you think of nothing, when the truth is, it's everything. But it turns out everything is highly volatile. Any matter caught up in it changes states constantly.
Timey's description of void magic does raise a question about the time before the 5 Elder Dragons. Suwon held all of the magic. She created the other Elder Dragons so she could share it with them. Now that it's all back with her, it's tearing her apart as all the magic together is volatile. It begs the question how she managed with it before creating the other Elder Dragon. It also gives us a better understanding of the lore. Back in Season 3, Timmy described filtering magic.
Anyway, I discovered why ley energy is different when run through him. And it's paradigm shifting. The chalk feed off ley energy, right? And we know that each dragon has a domain when it comes to their magic. Zaitan's was death, obviously. Well, you know what's guaranteed to give a chalk a bad stomachache? Death magic. Spencer filters death out of ley energy.
So we can assume that since the other Elder Dragons combine magic, they create that volatility. Somehow Suwon can't filter their magic out despite her magic being said to be a 100% match to Aureen's.
Or it's been that, but filtered. Aureen's magical signature.
But the margin of error bugged me, so I called the signatures of all the dragons, even Aureen. It was a perfect match.
Why they can both filter magic but Suwon can't filter enough is a mystery, and it raises concern that Aureen can do it when they appear to have similar filtering powers. But what was used in the first clip I played? A chalk. Once again, the other creature interior that can filter magic is being ignored. Timey all but confirms here that the void is created from volatile reactions caused by all the dragon's magic together. The chalk can filter the dragon's signature from the magic to make pure magic. Pure magic, as far as we know, isn't volatile. Theoretically, we just need to lead Suwon to the twisting depths, and this will all sort itself out. However, to Timey's other point, she does confirm what we saw in Arborstone. If all the matter in void magic is in flux, then insides can be ripped outside the body and so on. I look forward to seeing what a large condensed mass of void energy will look like, right ArenaNet?
Commander, the extractors have just reached the Jade Sea.
Good timing. So have I.
So we reach the Jade Sea, and this is where the story missions get confusing. You need to do the meta before the next story step, as it leads into it. However, this goes back to my complaint about metas mixing with the story. You have to pause playing the campaign to search through the looking for group tool to find a map that is ready to do the meta. Then you have to succeed at it, as this is one of the harder meta events with some RNG to it, and an enrage timer just to really screw you out of getting the end of the story. In the meta event, we push toward the Harvest Temple with our Canthan allies.
There is only void, and a dwindling time before you join us. We are bound to the nothingness, and all will return to it.
Suwon, can you hear me?
She is one with us now.
The void has a voice? It has a consciousness? This is jumping the shark. Why would corrupted magic have its own mind? I can only assume the writers did this so it could say ominous things to us while we fight, but this is laughable. It's the force of nature. This is essentially a story with a natural disaster. A landslide doesn't need a voice to be ominous. It just makes us feel small in how uncontrollable and devastating it is. This whole zone needs to be under the effects of the void rather than just this little bubble around the temple. The void is tiny. It doesn't feel threatening. Maybe the writers realised this, but instead of fixing that problem, they decided to slap a demonic voice band-aid onto it.
Logan, where are you?
We're off the coast of Kemp. Void's too heavy. Overwhelmed. Surrounded.
Can you and the others protect the magic contained within the crystals?
With our lives.
Good. I must fly to Logan, see what state they are in. It may already be too late.
Defend the crystals! Buy Aureen as much time as possible!
Logan and the pack come to meet us to bring in more firepower. I do question how long it takes to get to Cancer from Kryta. It should take a while, and I can't see us waiting for them while Suwon rages, though maybe we just spent that long in Kaineng. And before you ask if that's why we had that Kaineng detour, no one mentions contacting Logan before then. Logan and the pack arrive and blow the roof off the temple. Aureen guides us through the battle and we fight Suwon.
Look. The world is empty. A landscape of shattered dreams and death. And all due to me.
Suwon! Suwon! It can end here! It doesn't need... gotta go after her. See what is left.
In the aftermath of the fight, the wounded Suwon retreats to her sanctuary to rest while Aurene goes to speak with her. While she's away, June brings her extractor in and we can then begin the final mission.
I'm so tired. The others, are they safe?
For now.
I didn't want to hurt anyone.
What is this place?
It was the beginning, where I brought my children into being when all was timeless, cold, and empty. And with their coming, I watched as the world grew all around, full of hope in the warmth of a maturing sun.
Primordus, Falcatoric, the others. They were all here as the world formed?
A while, yes. I created them as tools, mindless as nature, to stay the Void's unrelenting push toward entropy. But here, so long ago, there was a time they called me Mother.
We've subdued the Void inside Suwon. She's regained control of herself. For now.
She'll be in her sanctuary. It's where she feels safe.
How are we going to draw her in range of the extractors?
Leave that to me. I'll meet you there with Suwon. Are you ready?
I am.
There's truly no other way?
You know the answer to that question. Please, don't cry for me, old friend.
It's time then.
Let it begin, little one.
It's working!
Of course it is.
Wait, something strange is happening. Power fluctuations all over the place.
The cycle ends.
We are truly awake.
What is that?
We are time. We are space.
Once again, we have the edgy Void dialogue before the extractor blows up. That's about what I expected from trying to suck a black hole into a turkey baster. However, this does once more raise a question of how Anka got Void energy into her extractor. It blew our one up here, so how did she manage it? We get a cutscene showing how far the Void reaches as it spreads across Tyria. One question, why now? Suwon escaped the reactor and began building more and more Void within her. We then ignored her for a while to deal with Kaineng politics, and her Void grew more and more powerful, but was so contained in the Jade Sea that we saw no traces of it just over in Kaineng. We came down here and fought her with the Pact, where she was driven by the Void to defend herself, and still it was contained to just the Jade Sea. Now, however, we siphon a little bit off and it explodes out, spreading all the way to the northern Shiver Peaks in an instant, but somehow not becoming so strong immediately next to us that we keep our innards inside us.
I'll do my best to contain the spread, but we need to strike it down, quickly.
Might be a little late for that if it's already in the northern Shiver Peaks, but that keeps Aurene busy for the fight.
What do you say, everyone? Up for slaying one final dragon?
Always!
No, we just had plenty of scenes describing the disaster it would cause if we killed Suwon. The plan was to siphon the Void off her and then do God knows what. Now that the extractor is damaged, the commander goes right back into dragon killing mode. It's Season 5 brain all over again. It seems a waste to kill her after siphoning the Void and freeing her, but if the plan was to just kill her, then why even bother with the extractor? In the meta event, we fought her when she was full of Void energy without a concern.
Commander, I've got some good news. The storm pulled all the extractors to the tower, and they're still intact. If we can get everything running again, we can siphon off some of the Dragon Void's energy. Cut it down to size.
Yes, that could work.
though I don't think the extractors will hold it long.
If it gives us time to reach a more permanent solution, that's good enough.
Remember how I was highlighting the self-proclaimed genius quote of backups upon backups? This is it. No backup if the siphoning doesn't work. No backup if the extractors get yanked away in the storm like what happened. Not even a backup if the extractor breaks. Her backup is to just repair the extractor in the middle of a war zone if it breaks.
I don't apologize for being brilliant.
Correction. It's not even her idea. Timey is the one who came up with it. We had more backups during the fight with Krakatoric in case one thing failed. If Kanak's dynamite didn't cause a rock slide to pin him, Aurene branding him to the wall was the backup. We didn't expect Kanak to push the boulders back up the hill and try again. So now would be a good time to address something that's been on the screen for the past few fights. What are we fighting? These are Void minions. Yes, Void minions. All that talk of matter being in constant flux when exposed to the Void, seeing the effects of it in Arborstone, reality bending and breaking down, things floating in the sky. And what does the climactic battle against it look like? Void minions. Lazily reskinned dragon minions. Nothing is breaking down here. In fact, the minions have a surprisingly solid form for something representing the breaking down of reality. The art team could have gone wild with designs here. Something like an Exalted without their armor, or the leyline anomalies. I mean, think about that for a moment. The leyline anomaly is more strange looking than the endgame, reality-breaking being of the whole Dragon Saga. No environmental effects inhibit us. No getting sucked into black holes in the arenas. No weakened gravity like in the Jahai anomaly. Nothing. This is a standard boring fight. So much for all the Void hype. The Mordremoth fight had more tears in reality. To make matters worse, Bram seems to be experiencing the proper Void elsewhere.
Raider, things are getting real weird around here. Just saw a tree turn inside out. Half the blood keeps floating upside down.
That just adds insult to injury. They could have ignored that sort of stuff and I would have been forced to read up more and speculate if we siphoned off enough to lessen the Void effects. But no, it's just all happening off screen. And to head off the argument that Aurene's bubble is regulating the Void, she says,
I'll do my best to contain the spread, but we need to strike it down, quickly.
She's just stopping it from spreading out further. If anything, it should make the Void more intense in here as it has nowhere else to spill. We fight against the Void minions some more before we are overwhelmed.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can hold out much longer. Aurene. Am I dead? Again?
Not yet. Though you did get very close.
Are we back in Su Wang's mind?
My mind, actually. I seem to be able to do this now. Must have learned it from her. I could have learned so much more. If only we'd had time.
Aurene, what are we going to do? Were we fools to fight the inevitable?
Champion, you of all people should know nothing is inevitable. I'm going to lend you my power. We can't fight it separately, but together, we are enough.
This can't be it. I can't. Saga, I failed. I failed you.
We did everything we could, June. It wasn't enough this time.
Aurene saves the player just before we die, and through a Deus Ex Machina gives us her power and revives us. I question her saying that we'll fight more efficiently together rather than separate, but let's go with that for the moment. Who is maintaining the bubble now though? Aurene just gave us her power, so I guess the Void is spilling back out again? That's also the final nail in the coffin of any speculation that her bubble regulates the Void in here. She can't be maintaining it anymore and the Void minions are still the same.
Commander, you're alive! And you're glowing!
I thought you were dead. I thought it was over.
I thought so too, but it isn't. Gunevane, can you hear me?
I can. I'm here. How did you... I see. Scion and Champion have become one.
Yes, it's the only reason we're all alive.
Commander, we managed to get the main terminal back online, but... the Dragon Void swamped the rest.
Have we lost anyone?
No, not yet. But it isn't looking good out there. They need your help.
We begin to climb the temple, helping our allies along the way to get their extractors back online. On the way up, we get to fight all the previous dragons again. In terms of spectacle for the end of the dragon cycle, this is pretty great. We get a blast of nostalgia by replaying through the dragons in reverse order, but this is hollow. Rather than exploring the void and all the weird anomalies that would come from it, we're just fighting regular reskinned minions with the flavour of each Elder Dragon. Given that the void is a volatile mix of all their magic, there shouldn't even be defined dragon minions like this. They should be new minions with all 6 magics. There's also a strange misalignment in the thematic elements of this fight. We created the void by killing dragons without care, so in this fight we go back and kill all the dragons again on our way to victory. This fight boils down to defeating an enemy we created by fighting, with fighting. So let's try reworking this fight for fun. I assume the developers wanted to keep each dragon fight here for nostalgia, and I admit it's pretty effective, so let's work around that. How about instead of Aurene Deus Ex Machinaing us, we fight alongside her up the tower. We fight new, noodly enemies with all 6 magics that I described before, but they can still be overseen by each dragon. Though I would make them appear more like Mordremoth's shadowy form to make them seem more fitting as a remnant of their power. We defeat the minions and Aurene absorbs the shadowy representation of each dragon. This would work as a way of righting the wrong that we did when we incorrectly killed them and allowed their magic to spill out, as well as having Aurene absorb the void in parts, making it more manageable. You could even show her struggling the more she absorbs, to still give it an air of danger. However, with this design we'd have to do something different for Krakatorrik, since Aurene did absorb all of his power correctly. Actually, on that note, why is Krakatorrik here in this fight? His magic shouldn't have gone back to the void, Aurene absorbed it all. That's how she went from a little dragon to this elder dragon. As we climb, we need to turn on each extractor to pull back the void ahead and reveal the next platform. Theoretically, this isn't needed for gameplay, so I'm giving myself liberty to critique the in-world function of this. Our allies are deep in the void up here. How are they alive and not inside-out corpses like in Arborstone? You could at least argue that the commander is clearing a path for themselves, so they're safer. But our allies are out in the middle of it. If this was the real void that we were promised, they'd be in a lot of trouble.
Timing. I'm ready to fire the second extractor.
Oh, good, because the first one's nearly full.
Ah, there's the confirmation I needed that the extractors fill up. At least that makes sense, and just look at how much void energy is still left. Not to mention that Suwon is pouring more of it out like Chernobyl's open core. I think this was a pretty stupid plan. Where's your backups upon backups for this June? You of all people should know the capacity of the extractors. We reach the top of the temple and fight Suwon again. Once she's weakened, we hit her with Aurene's magic one last time. Let me take the time to go over the fight with Suwon before we move on. The fight lacks the spectacle warranted for an Elder Dragon fight. That doesn't mean that I want flashy lights and explosions going off. I want something more grounded. When we fought Zaitan, we had a whole fleet battling him in the sky, and they only got to that place from a long drawn out ground war. Mordremoth was lacking a little, but even then you could track it back to the fleet going down in the jungle. We rally the survivors in Verdant Brink and press on to the final map. In the meta, the packed soldiers fight alongside you for one last desperate push against the dragon with the scraps they have. Krakatorrik involved us recruiting numerous factions to our army, attaching a tracker to him so we were always one step ahead, and then setting a trap with many strategies to keep him there and weaken him. Jormag and Primordus didn't have much of a plan to it, but the circumstances didn't require much. The dragons were each other's weakness, so we just had to get them to fight each other. Then we get to Suwon, the last and strongest of the Elder Dragons. The plan to fight her was discussed just one story step before this. We barely have any allies here to help overpower her, and in the end it's just a 1v1 between the Aurene-powered commander and Suwon. Not even Mordremoth's brain fight was a 1v1. Even with the Aurene empowerment, we shouldn't be able to stand against an Elder Dragon by ourselves. Aurene wouldn't be able to go 1v1 against Suwon, and I don't buy that we alone are strong enough to tip that scale. Not even Balthazar wanted to fight Krakatorrik 1v1. He constructed a machine capable of evening the playing field. We leave our allies behind at each extractor and go it alone. The moment the commander does that, they convey to the audience that this isn't a big threat that needs all hands on deck. The final Elder Dragon should never have been framed as not that much of a threat. The fact that we were so hesitant to fight Kraukatorek that we hid underground gave him so much of a domineering presence in the player's mind. Here the commander ignores Suwon's rampage as if it's nothing, and then swings by to one-shot her between fishing trips. The actions the commander takes informs the player of the world far more than the dialogue can, and the writers didn't take enough care with the commander's actions in this expansion.
Now's our chance. Finish it!
In the aftermath, we find the dying Suwon with Aurene and get confirmation that the Void crisis has been resolved off-screen.
I will help her watch after them. Please rest now.
I think I will do that.
Farewell, old friend.
Wait, please. Give me a moment. I'm sorry, Suwon. I'm sorry for failing you.
You did not fail. You made time. Time enough for everyone to come together. For a solution. Without your part, this world would be undone. Do not waste time with regret.
I'll try. Thank you.
Suwon.
Can I confess something, little one? I'm afraid to die.
I don't want to be alone.
I once thought loneliness was our burden. Then I met you. Your kinship with the mortals. Cherish it.
I do. I will.
I'm going to dream now.
The cycle must end. To be reborn.
Remember this scene?
Without me, the magic will crash through her like a tsunami.
My suggested rework of this mission would have drip-fed the Void to Aurene to get her accustomed to filtering it. Instead, she receives it all at once and doesn't even flinch. So much for it hitting her like a tsunami, so much for her needing to be prepared for it by Suwon. None of that happened and she still got through it like nothing. When characters overcome what is described to be a big challenge without even breaking a sweat or seeming bothered by it at all, the audience comes to the undeniable conclusion that it was nothing to worry about after all. Why were we worried about the Void this whole expansion? It was nothing. Why were we worried about killing the dragons and corrupting the magic? One single dragon could absorb it all at once without a worry. The stakes of this story have shattered into a million pieces. And when the stakes are shattered, there's no tension. No tension leads to dull stories where scenes just happen one after the other. This misstep wasn't hard to avoid either. Just have Aurene struggle to contain the Void. Have her show any emotion through it. Maybe Season 6 can repair this by showing some delayed effect to Aurene from trying to filter it all. That's the advantage of a story like Guild Wars 2. It's always being added to. They fixed Season 3 Bram and then broke him again, but they at least fixed him for a time. They can fix the issues with this expansion over time too. Also, what happened with Aurene back at the end of Season 5?
I felt such a rush of wild magic, but then some of it seemed to just flow through me.
We never did get an explanation for that. Given that she absorbed all of Krakatorik's magic fine, yet 2 dead dragons proved too much to absorb, we can assume that it was because of the volume. She has never shown any problem with absorbing magic before, and she clearly seems able to absorb it now. The only explanation is the amount to absorb at once. Under that assumption, how can she absorb even more than that here? Su-1 has all of the other dragon magic that Aurene never absorbed, up to 4 dragons worth. Yet it appears that she absorbed all that without any trouble. It's quite convenient for the writers that she failed to absorb simple magic that does no harm, but had no trouble absorbing every last drop of the volatile void energy that could be catastrophic to the world. And with that, the story is over.
Ley energies have normalized. Not just here, but everywhere.
Yes, the dragon cycle is ended.
So the void's gone then? For good?
Not quite. It wasn't lying when it said it was a constant. However, with the world's magics back in balance, it's no longer a threat to us.
How can the void still linger? Or more so, how can they perceive that it's still out there? It was caused by the volatility of the dragon magic. That's now filtered and gone. Mordremoth magic doesn't exist anymore. Zhaitan magic doesn't exist anymore. So of course the volatile combination of the two doesn't exist anymore. What else could cause that amount of volatility to spark it again? It's not an absurd line. We confirm that it is a part of the world. It's just that it sounds like the writers are saying that it might come back, but I can't even imagine how they think it would reasonably come back. Lastly, there's one more epilogue set weeks later. Given that June said the batteries would only last weeks, I'm curious to know what happened.
I barely left June's lab since I saw you last.
How's that going? Have a long-term solution for Cantha's power needs?
Not yet, but our experiments are going well. We've found ways to extend the life of current batteries, and Aurene was able to top everything off. We're getting close. I know we'll have something soon.
Though all of the issues in Kaineng have been solved off screen. I don't know why the writers did this. Was there nothing interesting to explore in the power plant storyline? I mean, making a drama about an exploded power plant? How could that be interesting, huh? More so, the hand-waving of the issue is confusing. They set the stakes in this very story and then moved the goalposts in the epilogue. A few weeks has now turned into Aurene recharging the batteries and June working on extending their life. So is there a problem here or not? I would have expected Timmy to mention a rebuilding effort on the power plant, but even then, what would they run it off now that Su-1 is dead? Will June become a villain in Season 6, trying to kidnap Aurene and put her in the reactor? Or will Kaineng just have to deal with the lack of power, expecting Aurene to fly by and stock them up every now and then? Unless they just continue to handwave it off screen indefinitely. Two last things for the epilogue. Firstly, Bram shows up after being absent for the whole expansion. We'll have to put a pin in the fallout of his character after becoming Primordus' champion until Season 6. The commander did applaud him for doing so maybe we'll never get closure on his actions here. Also, Canuck shows up.
You wound me, Miss Delacroix. I could never forget the little people in my life. After all, it was betting on your adventures that brought about my good fortunes. And also, I really do like you all.
And secondly, the party concludes with Marjorie and Casimir getting engaged. You may have noticed that I haven't aimed much criticism at these two over this critique. Their presence often adds a more human element to the harder times in the story.
I don't know about this one. I don't know if we'll...
It's a long shot. No denying that. But we can't think about that. We've just got to deal with what's right in front of us.
Eyes forward. Hearts open.
We take this last one, side by side. Okay? Every step of the way.
I like those moments as it grounds the story in immediate character reaction. However, the relationship part of their relationship has usually been pretty light, and they have mostly been separated in each story. I can chalk this up to the writers not knowing what to do with them, but I appreciate that they never did pointless relationship drama. I still doubt that writers know what to do with them. Relationships are hard to write in anything other than romance stories where they warrant the focus. And so with that, the story is officially over for now. There's a sentiment I've seen in the community that I mirror. The question of where does the story go from here? This is the End of the Dragon saga that the game has relied on for the last 10 years. It's not that the story couldn't go elsewhere, it's just that End of Dragons didn't even bother to set anything up. Heart of Thorns had the Egg and Rutanova storyline that linked into the next season. Season 3 had Balthazar's appearance to link into the next expansion. Path of Fire introduced both Joko and Kraukatorek to blend beautifully into Season 4. Season 4 offered us a successful way to deal with the dragons that somewhat led into Season 5. But Season 5's just a mess. But then End of Dragons went all in on Su-1 and the end of the cycle, and didn't dedicate any time to set up any other plots. The politics of Kaineng were shoehorned in before the final act, leaving nothing there to explore in this new country. And any plotline surrounding the reactor explosion was brushed aside off screen by Taimi in the epilogue. Not only do we not have the Dragon Saga to fall back on, we have nothing else to speculate about. Everything that the expansion dedicated time to has been wrapped up before the end. Perhaps that contributed to my decision to make this critique, a lack of knowing what's to come. We excuse the poor writing in Season 5 by looking forward to End of Dragons, hoping that it would bring the story back to form. There's no hook for Season 6, no anticipation of what's to come, so we look back and realise the damage done. An ongoing story like this should be planned out years in advance. The writers should know exactly where everything is going so they can always be building toward upcoming plots. Elements of future plots or villains should have their roots in previous seasons. I'd describe the setup for Season 4 in Path of Fire as the gold standard. They blended into the main story perfectly, but each had their own future story to pay off on. It may be overplayed to cite this in a critique of writing video, but I always refer back to this clip from the creators of South Park.
We've found out this really simple rule that maybe you guys have all heard before, but it took us a long time to learn it. But we can take these beats, which are basically the beats of your outline, and if the words "and then" belong between those beats, you're f***ed, basically. You got something pretty boring. What should happen between every beat that you've written down is either the word "therefore" or "but," right? So what I'm saying is that you come up with an idea and it's like, okay, this happens, right? And then this happens. No, it should be this happens, and therefore this happens. But this happens, therefore this happens.
Cause and effect actually means something.
Cause and effect ground a story. They make each beat interesting. Well-established cause and effect create rich continuity, something that Season 5 and End of Dragons broke away from. A dragon has a weakness, therefore we can kill them with that weakness. Except Su-1 didn't have a weakness. Killing a dragon creates corrupted magic, therefore the commander tries to avoid doing so, except in Season 5 when we killed Primordus and Jormag without a care, and in End of Dragons when we killed Su-1. Also in those cases, the effects of their corrupted magic weren't felt until the very end, making it feel less like an element of the world and more like an element of that one story instance. But to go back to their point on buts versus ands,
therefore, but
Balthazar, what you're doing, you'll destroy Tyria!
Your home is a trivial concern.
Therefore,
I am a god!
but therefore,
everyone, listen up. Glint believed in us. I believe in you. Together, we're going to save the world and kill the Crystal Dragon.
but
versus
Alchemy. All I ever wanted was a little stimulation.
and then
Rama, stop this nonsense! You're interfering with the law! You're ignoring the law! Ah!
and then
We are all. We are nothing. We are the thread that binds every eon. We cannot be undone.
you're
Perhaps that comparison isn't entirely fair. I covered multiple seasons and expansions for the first set of clips, and then focused on just the acts of End of Dragons for the second one. Let's try this then.
And then...
like a tsunami.
My point still stands that no complication or consequence blocks the plot from charging forward toward the end of the Dragon saga. No cause and effect links the deaths of Jormag and Primordus to the death of Suwon. We go to Cancer for a completely unrelated reason and stumble onto her there. Things happen because they need to rather than as a result of what we know in the world. And as a result of this, we ended up with an overpowered Aurene who can solve any issue that faces us. Back in Season 4, she was a round peg for a round hole. The granddaughter of an Elder Dragon who could specifically take his magic and adopt his role. At the time, the plot hinted that we'd need multiple magical beings capable of taking over these roles, and Aurene was just one of them. Whether that was intentional or not, it was the outcome that kept the stakes reasonable. However, come Season 5, there was a sudden rush to end the dragon plot, and the role of Aurene was expanded to absorb all dragon magic instead of just Kraukotorix. The way the fight with Suwon ended could only have been possible from this slow degradation of the defined edges of Aurene's role in the story. If the fight with Suwon was transported into Season 4, the prospect of letting all that void energy out into the world would have been unthinkable. The commander would have fought against the very idea of it happening, but now the writers don't need to think. Aurene is a multi-purpose peg that can fit into any hole.
This is a square. Can you guess which spot that goes in? That's right, it goes in the square hole. And up next, a cylinder. I think that goes in the square hole. Now, we've also got this semicircle right here. Do you see a slot that would fit the semicircle? That's right, it's the square hole.
Let's take a moment to better understand how Aurene works. Most of my criticism has revolved around the idea of Aurene absorbing the dragon's magic. My complaint comes from one dragon being able to take the magic of all 6 dragons. However, there is an alternate theory that somewhat explains it. Aurene filters and shares the magic back out into the world, never storing any. This was also mentioned in the Kesho cutscene. Oh damn, have I been wrong this whole time? Or maybe not. The problem with this is it can't function that way based on what we've seen in the story. This implies that Aurene is like a sieve. She picks up magic and slowly sheds it as she flies around the world, purifying it in the process. So let's look back. After she absorbed Kraukotorix's magic and became an Elder Dragon, she went north, presumably shedding magic along the way. However, in Season 5, Timey informs us that Primordus is much stronger than Jormag. If Aurene was shedding magic up north, Jormag should have consumed it and been the stronger one. This could work if she immediately shed it, since she was closer to Primordus there, but if this is the case, then how could she detect that some magic flowed right through her and slipped away after Jormag and Primordus' death? It wouldn't be noticeably different. Have a look at the cutscene at the end of Season 4. She flies off immediately and heads north. It just doesn't match up. Aurene had to take the magic north with her. This also raises issue with Aurene being a solution to the dragon problem. If anything, she just delivers more magic to the other dragons, fattening them up more as if we never had her. The only way Aurene can filter all of the dragon magic is when the last dragon is dead. Aurene needing every other dragon in the world who could possibly hold magic to be executed to maintain her balance of pure magic doesn't quite sound like the heroic story the developers were intending. Aurene needing the other dragons dead does perhaps align with what Suwon said in the expansion, but it ruins the continuity set up throughout the game. It also makes the prospect of Aurene absorbing all the magic from Suwon even more of a stretch. In my initial understanding, she was absorbing Suwon's magic, the parts of Jormag and Primordus that seeped away, and maybe some scraps of Zaitan and Mordremoth. If she doesn't hold any magic, then all of the 5 Elder Dragons' magic went back to Suwon, meaning that Aurene had to absorb and filter 6 dragons worth of magic at once, making the fact that she absorbed all 6 but failed to absorb 2 even more unbelievable. Not to mention, how did she even grow into an Elder Dragon if she isn't keeping the magic? What magic did Anka drain from her if she filters it all out into the world? We see her colour dulled after her magic is drained, but over the course of the story as she gains her magic back, her shine returns. How does that work if she doesn't store any magic? Neither explanation for Aurene's magic works within our understanding of the world. Well, that's it. Until Season 6 releases, that's where the Guild Wars 2 story stands. I hope that Season 6 has a revival like Season 4 did. I don't hate Guild Wars 2 as you may have speculated from how long I've ranted about it. It's had some good moments over the years. The world building has been interesting and there are some characters I love. I have a passion for writing and I've been my own worst critic over the years. This video came about from seeing a game I like begin to become lazy with its writing. I complained about Season 3, but it was followed up with Path of Fire in Season 4. Season 5 was bad, but at the time many people speculated that having most of the writing team transferred over to work on End of Dragons meant that the expansion's story would be top tier. It wasn't. The ending left me with a feeling that I couldn't shake, a feeling that a lot was missing in the story. So I began taking notes, and 35,000 words later I realised that I had a lot to say about this game, both good and bad. If nothing else, the writers created a story that I was passionate about. You may notice that this video is very different from the rest on my channel. I enjoyed making this and may make some more in the future, depending if there's more topics I want to cover. So in that regard, if you want to subscribe, I can't guarantee when the next video like this will be. I've set up a Patreon that you're welcome to support me with, though you don't have to. I would also like to give thanks to Veebs Toki for helping give a fresh set of eyes to the script, helping to make sure I was getting my points across clearly. I sometimes stream on Twitch with her. Also, while I potentially have some developers' attention, I'd like to point out a bug with the Lunar main Skyscale skin. With other skins, the game will load up the base model until it loads the new skin, letting you move around on the mount. However, the Lunar main skin doesn't load the base model. The character is just stuck on nothing. It also disconnects the player from the camera until the model loads, making the mount almost unusable. Could this skin get the base model added as a temp while loading, please? Well, with that, thank you everyone for watching. This was a big video. You may have noticed the April Fool's event in the corner of some of my footage. That's how long I've been working on this. 35,000 words take a while to write and record, on top of editing it all together with over 48 hours of footage. Thank you to everyone again. I'll see you in the next video.